Volume 4, Chapter 7 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 7. In the meantime, Celestina was alone at Cheltenham, indulging that regret which arose from the certain loss of Willoughby's friendship, and the assurance that she should see him no more. Every day she expected to see in the newspapers, or to hear from Lady Horatia, that he was married, and although she tried to reason herself into a calm acquiescence with what was unavoidable, she never opened a paper or a letter without trembling. But her own unhappiness prevented her not from feeling for the unhappiness of her friends. The letter she had received from Emily Cathcart had made a great impression upon her, though she knew not how it would be proper to act to answer the views of the writer. At length she determined to write to Mrs. Elphinstone, and enclose the letter itself, and this she did a few days after she was settled at Cheltenham. Almost every post brought her accounts of the amendment of Montague Thorogood from Lady Horatia, who visited him constantly, and in almost every letter she expressed, either plainly or by implication, her expectations that Celestina would attend to the wishes of all her friends, and give him her hand immediately on his recovery. This repeated importunity from a person to whose wishes and for whose opinion she felt so much deference to be due, was infinitely painful to her, but how to escape from it she knew not. If she quitted Lady Horatia, she had no proper protection, no home to receive her, and though her little income had hitherto more than sufficed to support her while with such a friend, and though she had received about £100 from Cathcart, paid her by the direction of Willoughby while he was abroad, which yet remained almost untouched, yet on such a sum, and on the interest of £1,500, she could not with any degree of prudence adopt the plan on which her imagination had lately dwelt with peculiar pleasure, that of setting out alone, or with only a female servant, and travelling through France. She fancied that there she might be enabled, though she had yet no clue to guide her, to find some traces of her family. An invincible inclination, which she sometimes took for the inspiration of heaven, had been some weeks gaining on her imagination, and everything seemed to encourage it, but reason and prudence, both of which were perhaps decidedly in favour of her accepting the proper establishment offered her by a man who had not only given so many proofs of his sincere and tender affection for her, but who was the son of one of her best friends, and avowedly recommended to her by another, a man to whom she preferred to every other person except Willoughby, and whom she would have chosen had Willoughby never been in question. For her it was very certain that he was in question no longer. He was in fact dead to her, and no probability remained of his ever feeling for her even the regret that the loss of an agreeable acquaintance might have given him. But still her heart and her imagination had been so long accustomed to consider him as their first object, that she found it impossible for her to transfer to another the same attachment, and without being sensible of love she could not promise it. She desired nothing but to be permitted to live single, and be mistress of her time and herself, and not to be inopportune to undertake duties which her heart told her she could not consciously fulfill. But she foresaw too evidently that while she remained in her present situation, and Lady Horatia continued so eager for the match, her life must pass in a continual conflict between her wish to gratify her friend and her disinclination to marriage. At her time of life, professions of a resolution to remain single were merely laughed at, and never believed, and Montague Thorogood had never hitherto considered her gentle refusals and friendly admonitions to desist, but as being in reality as much encouragement as she could give him, while her situation in regard to Willoughby remained sacredly undecided, and while he might renounce the name of lover, he might still assume that of a near relation, and have the power of controlling, or at least of directing her. Now that it was decided, beyond a doubt, that he neither meant to avail himself of either the one or the other, she saw that she had nothing to urge in support of her refusal which would be listened to, and while her mind dwelt on the friendly but still irksome controversy in which she must of necessity be engaged when Lady Horatia and Thorogood came down, it of course adverted to the means of relief, which could, she thought, be obtained only by her quitting England, and for her doing so, her natural desire to discover her parents was, she thought, a sufficient excuse. In her present solitude she found so much to soothe and console her, that she longed for nothing so much as the power of enjoying it, and at the same time wandering through various countries, and particularly through that which she had been taught to consider as her own. The longer she thought of this plan, the more agreeable it became in her imagination, and she passed many hours every day in reading travels through France, Italy, and Switzerland, still humouring this visionary idea till it had acquired the force of a presentiment, a persuasion that she should go to the south of France, she should find her family. Of this she continually thought, of this she continually dreamed, and thought one great motive that would have urged her to attempt it, the possibility of being restored to Willoughby, was at an end. She still determined to execute this plan before the summer elapsed. She had indeed nothing but her gratitude and attachment to Lady Horatia to detain her in England. She could not go to Jessie, because it was so near Elphinstone, nor enjoy the friendly and instructive conversation of Mr. Thorogood, because of the unfortunate partiality of his son. The sole remaining friend of her childhood, Lady Molyneux, was not merely estranged from her, but had invariably treated her with negligence, scorn, and contempt. To England therefore she had at least no friends who attached her. The whole world was her country, and, with that restlessness to which the unhappy are subject, she fancied that in any part of it she should find more satisfaction than in her present situation. By her wandering continually alone in the pleasant country that surrounded the town where she resided, at a season, too, when the face of nature was every day growing more lovely, her talent for poetry, which sometimes remained for whole months unexercised, was again called forth. But whatever were the objects really before her, whatever were presented to her mind by books, Willoughby was ever the principal figure in the landscape. If she sat on the green hill, as she often did for hours together, Lost in mournful yet unpleasing reverie, it was only to recollect scenes that were past, with the same sounds she had then heard, the simple sheep bell, the early songs of birds, the same sense of fresh turf and wild flowers, brought again more forcibly to her recollection. If in her reading she was by the traveller's lively description of the countries he had passed through to fancy herself there, she reverted instantly to the delight she should have felt could she in a progress through such romantic scenes have been the companion of Willoughby, and it was in this disposition of mind that after perusing an account of a cottage and its inhabitants overwhelmed by the fall of an avalanche, a great body of snow from the mountain above, she composed the following little lyric poem: The Peasant of the Alps. Where cliffs arise by winter crowned, And through dark groves of pine around, Down the chasms the snow fed torrents foam, Within some hollow, sheltered from the storms, The peasant of the Alps his cottage forms, And builds his humble, happy home. Unenvied is the rich domain That far beneath him on the plain Waves his white harvests and his olive groves; More dear to him his hut, with plantain thatched, Where long his unambitious heart attached Finds all he wishes, all he loves. There dwells the mistress of his heart, And Love, who teaches every art, Has bid him dress the spot with fondest care, When borrowing from the vale its fertile soil, He climbs the precipice with patient toil, To plant her favourite flowerets there, With native shrubs, a hardy race. There the green myrtle finds a place, And roses there the dewy leaves decline, While from the crag's abrupt and tangled steeps, With bloom and fruit the alpine berry peeps, And blushing, mingles with the vine. His garden's simple produce stored, Prepared for him by hands adored, Is all the little luxury he knows, And by the same dear hands are softly spread The chamois velvet spoil that forms the bed, Where in her arms he finds repose. But absent from the calm abode, Dark thunder gathers round his road, Wild raves the wind, the arrowy lightnings flash, Returning quick the murmuring rocks among, His faint heart trembling as he winds along. Alarmed, he listens to the crash Of rift ice, O man of woe! O'er his dear cot a mass of snow, By the storm severed from the cliff above, Has fallen, and buried in his marble breast All that for him, lost wretch, the world possessed, His home, his happiness, his love. Aghast the heart struck mourner stands, Glazed are his eyes, convulsed his hands, O'erwhelming anguish checks his labouring breath, Crushed by despair's intolerable weight, Frantic he seeks the mountain's giddiest height, And headlong seeks relief in death. A fate too similar is mine, But I in lingering pain repine, And still my lost felicity deplore. Cold, cold to me is that dear breast become, Where this poor heart had fondly fixed its home, And love and happiness are mine no more. When Celestina was thus, with more tenderness than discretion, cherishing the memory of the friend she had lost, Willoughby was very differently occupied from what her imagination suggested. Instead of being the gay and fortunate lover on the eve of marrying one of the greatest heiresses in England, he was suffering in his personal health from the anxiety of mind at war with itself, and certain of nothing but that for him the world no longer contained any happiness. The intelligence, however vague, and like the common gossiping stories so usual among servants, that he had received from Farnham had made a great impression, which what he afterwards gathered from the same quarter had increased. Justina had told Farnham, as a secret, however of the first importance, that Captain Kavanagh had been of late in the habit of being admitted to her young lady's dressing room after Lady Castlenorth and the family were retired. However late the hour might be, that her young lady was obliged to entrust her with these visits, that they might be more securely concealed from the rest of the family, but that sometimes she had been dismissed to bed, and sometimes ordered to wait till he retired; that on some of these occasions she observed her young lady had been crying, by the redness of her eyes, and that then the Captain had always left her with the air of a man much offended; that she had sometimes heard them talk in voices as if they were arguing upon something, but could never distinctly understand what their conversation was about. They were in sad fright always, said Justina, that Mealdy heard them. Mealdy knows not all what goes on in this house. And my lady, I suppose, says Farnham, would be in a horrible passion if she heard of it. "Oh, for me," replied she, "I could not stay if she did find out." "But why?" inquired Farnham. "Why, if your young lady likes the Captain so as to have him keep company with her in this manner, why does she mean by marrying my master?" Justina then, with an arch look, answered, "Oh, my good friend, the Captain has one wife already, and why should not my young lady have one husband? The Captain will be her sacebo, cavalier servant." "I don't understand your French out of the way names," replied Farnham; "but I am sure that if your lady marries my master only to play such pranks as some other fine ladies do, she will get into a bad scrape, for he is not a man to be quiet when such fort of doings are going on, that I can tell her; and if she doesn't love him better than any other man, I think she had much better say so." "Oh, silly man," answered Justina, "as if my young lady could not have a regard for both of them." "Ay, ay," replied Farnham, "that may do well enough in your country, but it will never do here." Justina now, afraid that Farnham's zeal for his master would perhaps urge him to reveal the dangerous secret with which she had thus entrusted him, began to soften the harshest features of it, by saying, that she believed there was no harm at all in the friendship between her young lady and Captain Kavanagh; that, to be sure, the Captain was a sweet handsome man, and very agreeable, and therefore her young lady liked to talk with him, which she never could do when her mother was by, as she never suffered him to speak hardly to anybody else; and that it was natural enough for her lady to like the Captain, and have a regard for him, because she had known him so long. She ended her conversation with exacting from Farnham a promise that he would never mention a syllable to anybody of what she had told him, a promise which he kept, however, only till he could reveal it all to his master. Willoughby had, after receiving this information, no longer a doubt as to breaking off instantly his proposed alliance; but how, without plunging a dagger in the heart of his uncle? To do this required some consideration. Lord Castlenorth had sent him full directions as to paying off the encumbrances upon his estate, and deposited the money at a banker's, where he had also left a large sum for his own use, and expecting him to join the family at Paris, if he did not overtake them sooner, and was now pleasing himself with the idea that in a very few days the favourite project of his life would be completed, and that in adopting the son of his sister, and uniting him with his daughter, he should transmit his name and his honours to posterity with little variation from lineal descent. It was this hope that seemed to have sustained his feeble existence to his present period, in spite of the numerous infirmities he laboured under, and even of the prescriptions and nursing of Mrs. Calder; and though it was impossible for Willoughby either to love or esteem such a man as Lord Castlenorth, yet he felt for him some regard, as his mother's brother, and some pity not only for his real but his imaginary sufferings, which he knew must be dreadfully increased, and perhaps become fatal, from so heavy a disappointment of all his expectations. He hesitated, then, how to act, whether to write or go to him, or whether he should not rather address himself to Lady Castlenorth, or her daughter, and for 2 days after their departure had been unable to resolve on anything, when a porter, who immediately disappeared, gave to the servant of the house a letter for him. It was evidently written in a foreign hand, and in a foreign idiom, though pains seemed to have been taken to disguise both. The contents were these: "Sir, one who is and will be always a stranger to you, takes the liberty to approach you with this advice so important to you, and fearing it may be soon too late. You are, sir, on the point of being married, as the report goes, to the daughter of Lord Castlenorth, Miss Fitzhammon, your relation. I have cause to know that her heart is belonging to another person, and only chagrin and inquietude will be the effect, if you execute this marriage, whatever may have seemed to the contrary. If there is any doubt of the truth of this, a little observation, or making inquiry among those near her, will explain what I would say. And if there is question of the person she has a great friendship for, you have only to think of those who are always with her. A word they say to the wise is enough for them to understand. I have the honour to be, with profound respect, Sir, your devoted servant, Unknown." Willoughby had no sooner read this letter than it struck him that it was written either by Kavanagh himself or by some person employed by him, and his motive evidently was to prevent a marriage he now saw so nearly concluded, and which would destroy all his hopes of securing to himself this opulent heiress, rather than her mother, whose lavish fondness for him had enabled him, by some means or another, it was probable they were not very justifiable means, to release himself from his former engagements which, with far other views, she had assisted him to dissolve. Many concurring circumstances strengthened the persuasion that this letter was fabricated, if not written, by Kavanagh. It seemed to be the translation of a letter first written in French, and Willoughby heard that Kavanagh could not write English with facility from a long disuse. It was certainly Kavanagh's interest, by any means, to stop the marriage between him and Miss Fitzhammon, which perhaps no means could have done more effectually, since from the tears she had frequently been observed by Justina to shed in their long conferences, it was probable his arguments had failed of their effect. If Willoughby had before felt something like apathy towards Miss Fitzhammon, which he never could wholly conquer, he now found it amounting to abhorrence and detestation. The love she had shewn towards him must either have been the effect of art or of vice, and both were to him equally odious. That she could hope to impose upon him by the one, or think him a proper object for the indulgence of the other, were ideas equally hateful and equally humiliating, and under the first impulse of indignation he was tempted to write her, and enclosing the letter from his anonymous correspondent, add to it all the circumstances Farnham had learned of Justina, as reasons why he renounced her with contempt. But after a little reflection, his manly and generous spirit inspired him with far other designs. It was possible that his cousin, whom he now considered with as much dislike, but with more compassion, might yet be saved from the artifices of a villain, and he thought himself bound to attempt it by every exertion, except the sacrifice of himself in marriage. It was possible that his uncle, though he could not make that sacrifice to gratify him, might yet be in some degree preserved from the dreadful shock which his daughter's conduct must give him, were it described to him in the horrid light he himself now saw it in, or revealed to him by any one less cautious than himself. Distressing, therefore, as the scenes must be that he should have to go through, when, instead of joining the family to complete his marriage, he should meet them with those charges which put an end to it for ever, he determined to follow them immediately, and writing to Cathcart such instructions as were most requisite as to the management of his affairs, and without hinting how different the purpose of his journey was from what it was supposed to be, he departed as soon as his physician dismissed him for the Continent, which was in something more than a week after the Castlenorths had left London. Everybody concluded that he had gone to his bride, and everybody's conjectures remained uncontradicted. Lady Horatia, in her letters to Celestina, told her that Lord Castlenorth's illness had obliged him to quit England on a very short notice. Willoughby and Miss Fitzhaven had been privately warned the day before they set out, that some business, as to his estates, detained him afterwards 5 or 6 days in London, but that he was now gone to the Castlenorth family at Paris, and was to proceed with them to pass the summer in Italy. The same account found its way into the public prints, and was received without any doubt. Celestina shed many tears over the first information she received, and then, accusing herself of folly, tried to dry them, and to detach her mind from thinking of Willoughby; but this no effort enabled her to do, and although all anxiety was now lost in the most painful certainty, she sunk from fruitless solicitude into hopeless dejection. In such a frame of mind Lady Horatia found her, when, after a separation of about 3 weeks, she rejoined her at Cheltenham. With her arrived Montague Thorogood, quite recovered of his wound, deriving from it, and from thus being allowed to attend Celestina, more hope than ever, while his love seemed to have increased, if to increase were possible, and while his sufferings and his merit certainly rendered him interesting to Celestina, and combined to entitle him to her friendship, her pity, and esteem. She felt, and felt with regret, that, decided as she believed her fate now to be in regard to Willoughby, friendship, esteem, and pity were yet all she could give to Montague Thorogood. End of Volume 4, Chapter 7. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 4, Chapter 8 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 8. Willoughby, with every sensation that could render such a journey unpleasant, proceeded to Paris, where he learned that his uncle impatiently waited for him. Had he gone immediately to him, he must have crushed at once all the expectations his appearance raised, and the shock must have been too great and too cruel. He determined at first, therefore, to write to Lady Castlenorth, yet after some reflection, doubted whether it would be not better to give the letter he had received to Miss Fitzhaven, and leave it to her to find the means of dismissing him, without his being compelled to assign the true reason. It was still possible that the charges against her might be unfounded or exaggerated. It is possible that were there neither, he might rescue her from the abyss to which she seemed to be devoting herself, but from the pride and violence of her temper, and from the imperious spirit which had never yet borne to be told of an error, he not only felt great uneasiness from the idea of the scene that was before him, but doubted whether the person for whose sake he was willing to encounter it would not baffle all his endeavours to rescue her from evil, or conceal her errors by clamour and resentment. After some deliberation, however, as it was necessary to fix on something, he wrote a short note to Miss Fitzhaven, desiring she would favour him with a few moments' conversation, and entreated her, for reasons which he would then explain to her, not to inform Lord or Lady Castlenorth of his arrival at Paris, till after he had seen her. This note he sent by Farnham to Justina, to be delivered to her mistress, and received in a short time an answer, that she should be alone that evening at 10 o'clock, and that Justina should conduct him to her in her own dressing-room. He found her sitting alone, and under the appearance of receiving him with pleasure. There was, he thought, a lurking apprehension of the occasion of this mysterious visit. He felt himself extremely distressed how to open such a conversation, but the consciousness of rectitude and some degree of indignant resentment immediately restored that calmness and resolution, which on his first entrance he feared he might fail of commanding. He began by apologizing for the liberty he had taken in thus soliciting an interview with her, before he saw the other parts of the family. "But I am persuaded, madam," continued he, advancing towards her, with the letter open in his hand, "that whatever foundation there may be before the assertion which this letter contains, it will be less uneasy to you to read it yourself, than to have any appeal made on it to Lord and Lady Castlenorth." She took the letter with an air of mingled astonishment and indignation, but Willoughby saw it tremble in her hand. "A letter, sir, in which mention is made of me? I am really quite at loss to know what there can be in it, that I should, in your opinion, wish to have it concealed." "It is not long, madam," said Willoughby, fixing his eyes on her face, "and if you will have the goodness to read it." "Oh, certainly, sir." She ran her eyes over it. As he attentively watched her countenance, he saw pride struggling to conquer fear and shame, and with some degree of success, for having read it, she paused a moment, and then assuming an air of haughty resentment, she threw the letter on the table that was between her and Willoughby, and said contemptuously, "I know not whether most to despise, the author of such a letter or the man who, if indeed he is not included in both descriptions, can poorly make it a pretence for insulting a person who has already been too much his victim." "Pardon me, madam," said Willoughby, "for interrupting you, but I must take leave to say that I am included in neither. A moment's reflection will convince you that I am incapable of the latter, and that the former being my object, I should not have chosen this method of shewing this extraordinary billet to you, nor thus put it in your power to detect the author, without any hazard to yourself, of having his charges believed. Miss Fitzhaven, I will be very ingenious with you. The person here alluded to is Captain Kavanagh. I know it. I know that the partiality, whether real or affected, with which you have appeared to favour me, has been superseded by his more eminent merit; and though I am very willing to relinquish all prospect of an honour of which I am unworthy, I cannot feel much satisfaction in reflecting on the idea you seem to have entertained of my faculty or blindness, nor indeed can I, without regret, see you likely to—" "Say rather, sir," interrupted Miss Fitzhaven, "say rather that you rejoice in having found, or made, an excuse to break through the promises you have given, from which, however, sir, you would have been released without degrading yourself by this poor and unmanly artifice. The daughter of Lord Castleknock need not, surely, solicit the hand of any man." Pride and anger now choked her utterance, and Willoughby, taking advantage of her want of words, again seized the opportunity to speak. He took her hand, which she would have snatched from him, but he continued to detain it, while, in the gentlest accents of friendly remonstrance, he said, "Come, come, my dear cousin, if I am not your lover, at least I can never be your enemy. For heaven's sake, be not your own. Confide in me, and believe that I will rather take the blame and inconvenience of our separation on myself, than suffer you to incur either with your father. You cannot suppose, I trust you do not even wish, I should proceed farther in forming the alliance that brought me hither, knowing what I know." "And what do you know, sir, and from whom have you obtained this knowledge?" "From sources which render it impossible that I should be mistaken. Captain Kavanagh." He was proceeding, but either from the tone in which he spoke, or some other circumstance which at that moment struck her, she was suddenly impressed with a fear that he had been calling Kavanagh himself to an account, who, as it happened, had not that day dined with them. This idea threw her instantly off guard. She turned pale, and asked in an altered and tremulous tone, what he meant by those sources of information. Willoughby saw immediately what she believed, and the truth of the information he had received from Justina was evident beyond a doubt. Her fears for her own reputation, or of the anger of her father, she could conquer; but the moment she apprehended that the life of Kavanagh either had been, or might be, hazarded, her fortitude failed her. It was now the moment to pursue the truth, which Willoughby, by soothing her, while he kept the idea of her lover's danger in view, at length, with great difficulty, obtained by her half indignant, half contrite avowal that Kavanagh had been a too successful candidate for her heart, and that her father and her mother's eager wishes, together with some other motives which Willoughby discerned through the confusion and agitation with which she attempted to palliate or conceal them, had prompted her to affect for him a passion she had not felt since she had been in the habits of listening to Kavanagh. Willoughby looked back with terror to the danger he had escaped, and with infinite pity, mingled with less gentle emotions, cast his eyes again on his cousin. He found her so deeply entangled by the art of Kavanagh, that to save her from him was no longer in his power, but it was possible perhaps to take upon himself the anger and indignation of Lord and Lady Castlenorth, and give her time to arrange her own plans, by immediately withdrawing in silence, though how any comfortable arrangement could be made for her with a man who was understood to be already married, he knew not, nor how Lady Castlenorth would bear so cruel a blow, as the presents thus given to her daughter by a man whom she certainly had intended as successor to her present husband, whenever his infirmities should release her. When the first tumult of these passions, which fear, shame, and love had excited in the bosom of Miss Fitzhaven, subsided, by the kind and considerate arguments of Willoughby, she became able to talk with some degree of calmness on the subject, and he found that from the last renewal of their acquaintance with Captain Kavanagh, this design had been certainly entertained by Lady Castlenorth, but that on his part no other advantage had been taken of her extreme partiality towards him, than to obtain, by her means, money to enable him to prosecute a divorce from his wife, a young woman whom he had married some years before for the sake of some fortune, and a great deal of beauty, which she then possessed. Having in 2 or 3 years dissipated the former, he left her to make what advantage she could of the latter, and had never troubled himself about her since, till his reception in the family of Lord Castlenorth opened to him prospects of carrying off the rich heiress, and making him desirous of obtaining a dissolution of his marriage, for which his wife's ill conduct, though entirely owing to his desertion of her, gave him a very good pretence. Much of this Willoughby learned from various little circumstances, which escaped Miss Fitzhaven in this long conversation, for her representation of him was, that at the most amiable and unfortunate of men, married early in life to a woman insensible of his merit, and now rendered unhappy by a passion for another object, whom he had long seen on the point of being given to a rival, who saw her with very different eyes. Willoughby could not, without astonishment, observe the blind infatuation of a woman, possessed of rather a good understanding, but he found that the art of Kavanagh, to the success of which his very handsome figure had undoubtedly contributed, had so completely attained the government of Miss Fitzhaven's mind, that she no longer saw but with his eyes, and that while, to prevent any suspicion on the part of her mother, she had been suffered to affect a degree of affection for Willoughby, which had long since ceased. Kavanagh trusted to his reluctance to delay a marriage, which it was easy to see he dreaded, and hoped that the divorce would be obtained before the reluctance would be conquered. He found, however, that Willoughby suddenly agreed to hasten it, and then it was that, in his conference with her, after the rest of the family were in bed, he urged her to find delays, and to procrastinate, herself, a period, to the arrival of which Willoughby no longer seemed averse. Her tears and the alarm in which Justina had observed her, were the effects of the earnestness and impetuosity with which Kavanagh now pressed the necessity of her doing this, and the alternative he sometimes offered her of declaring to Willoughby himself the footing upon which he was with her. Her father's illness, fortunately for her, intervened, and now Kavanagh was every hour in hopes that he should be set free from his matrimonial engagements, and possess himself of the prize so long the object of his ambition, and the end of all his designs. Miss Fitzhaven and Willoughby now were to discuss the means by which, with the least prejudice to her, their intended union could then be broken off. The lady, though she did not ingenuously own it, had many reasons for accepting, unconditionally, her cousin's generous offer to take the whole burden of their displeasure upon himself. She knew, hot only the extravagant and furious passions which any suspicion of its real cause would excite in her mother, but she was aware of the increasing fondness of her father for his nephew, and apprehended that if he appeared the injured and forsaken person, that fondness might urge him to make him amends, by giving him a part of the great sums and estates that were in his own power, and this, rich as she would have been, she had not any disposition to promote. After some debate then, in which way Willoughby should execute himself, and his rejection, on account of their falsehood, of some method which Miss Fitzhaven proposed, he at length determined to write to Lady Castlenorth, stating simply that he had changed his mind, and found it impossible to fulfil his engagements, and leave it to her to break it to Lord as she thought proper, for he imagined any letter from himself might be still a severe shock, unless he could assign better reasons than any it was possible for him to offer. This point being settled, Miss Fitzhaven retired to recover herself from the effects of the scene she had just passed through, and to study her part in those that were to come. Willoughby returned, unseen by all but Justina, to his hotel, where he composed a short note to the purport they had agreed upon, and early the next morning he set out on horseback for Lyons, whence he intended to proceed, along the coast of the Mediterranean, to the Pyrenees, and to pass some weeks among those mountains which he had never yet seen. The recent and extraordinary events that had befallen him gave his mind sufficient subject for contemplation, during the first part of his journey. It was now very certain that he was for ever released, and that by means which left him nothing to reproach himself with, from his engagements with Miss Fitzhaven, and of course from that promise to his mother, in consequence of which those engagements were made. One great objection then to his union with Celestina was then removed, and never did her image more tenderly occupy his thoughts than at this moment. But alas! it was no longer cherished with delight. The mystery that clouded her birth, and which he despaired of ever removing, empoisoned the pleasure with which he would have thought of her, and with yet greater bitterness he adverted to the probability there was that she was now the wife of another. Very certain that he should now never find the happiness of which her loss has deprived him, the lesser evils, evils from which, a few years before, he would have shrunk with dismay, seemed to have lost their effect. It was also impossible for him, without injustice to others and uneasiness to himself, to keep such a place as Elphinstone, in the present shattered state of his fortune, and resolving to disembarrass himself from the necessity of returning to England for some years, he wrote from Lyons to Cathcart, giving him directions to put the estate to sale, and at the same time informed the banker, in whose hands Lord Castlenorth had left money for the discharge of all his encumbrances, that he should not avail himself of it, but that it must be replaced to his uncle's account. Having thus loosened almost every tie that connected him with England, from which he did not wish even to hear, left the information of Celestina's marriage should reach him, and his utmost hope was, to obtain, by change of place, so much tranquillity of mind as to allow him to feel some satisfaction in the variety of the scenes it offered. He journeyed from Lyons to Avignon, and then proceeded along the coast, by Béziers and Mirepoix, into Roussillon, interested by the grandeur and beauty of these remains of Roman antiquity which he saw in his way, still more charmed by the sublime views which, in this romantic line of country, everywhere offered themselves to his sight and hearing, and but hearing, at a distance, the tumults with which a noble struggle for freedom at this time, the summer of 1789, agitated the capital, and many of the great towns of France, till, among the wild and stupendous scenes which he at length reached, even this faint murmur died away. In one of the cottages scattered at the foot of Mont Louis, he found a young mountaineer, acquainted with all the passes of the Pyrenees. He was there only for a few days, on his way back from Perpignan to his home in the Vallée de Douro, and on Willoughby's proposing to him, he most willingly undertook to be his guide through the mountains. Willoughby had left his horses at Perpignan, and his present equipage consisted only of Farnham, carrying a light portmanteau, and a sort of haversack for provisions, which he took himself, strapped over his shoulders. On the morning of his departure from the foot of Mont Louis, he travelled towards the south-east, always ascending, and was soon in the very heart of the Pyrenees, in scenes which had hardly ever been traversed but by the shepherds and goatherds, and where no vestiges of man were seen, but here and there a solitary cabin, serving them for shelter, during a few weeks of summer, built of the rough branches of pine or chestnut, covered with turf, and lined with moss. In these huts, which were now some of them inhabited, Willoughby found a wild, but simple and benevolent people, always ready to supply him with such food as their flocks, among these desert regions, afforded to themselves, and in one of them, on a temporary bed, made of the skins of their sheep, whom accident had destroyed, after a deep sigh, which was drawn from him by the memory of Celestina, and with which, every day concluded, he obtained a few hours of refreshing sleep, and with the dawn of the next day pursued his journey towards the summit of the mountain. Amid these paths that wound among the almost perpendicular points of the cliffs, he often sat down, surveying with awe and admiration the stupendous works of the divine architect, before whose simplest creation the laboured productions of the most intelligent of his creatures sink into insignificance. Huge masses of grey marble, or a dark granite, frowned above his head, whose crevices afforded a scanty subsistence to lichens and moss campion, while the desolate barrenness of other parts, added to that threatening aspect with which they seemed to hang over the wandering traveller, and to bid him to fear, left even the light steps of the Izzard, the chamois of the Pyrenees, or the wild goats, who now and then appeared suspended amid the craggy fissures, should insinuate them from the mountain itself, and bury him beneath their thundering ruins. Dashing down amongst the immense piles of stone, the cataracts, formed by the melting of the snows and the ice of the glaciers in the bosom of the mountains, fell roaring into dark and abyss-like chasms whither the eye feared to follow them, yet frequently amidst the wildest horrors of these great objects appeared some little green recess, shaded by immense pines, cedars, or mountain ash, and the short turf beneath them appeared spangled with the smodilla and fringed pink, or blushing with the scented wreaths of the Daphne cinereum, while through the cracks and hollows of the surrounding wall of rock were filtered small and clear streams, that crept away among the tufts of juniper, rosemary, and the rhododendron of the Alps, that clothed the less abrupt declivity, where, uninterrupted by intervening crags, the mountain shelving gradually to its base, opened a bosom more smiling and fertile, through which the collected waters, no longer foaming from their fall, found their way towards the Mediterranean Sea, their banks feathered with woods of cork trees, chestnuts, and evergreen oaks, while the eye, carried beyond them, was lost in the wide and luxurious plains of Languedoc. Never did such a spot offer itself to the eyes of Willoughby, but the figure of Celestina was instantly present to his imagination. He saw her sitting by him, enjoying the beautiful and romantic scenery. He heard her, in those accents which had long such power to enchant him, expatiate on its charms, with all that exquisite taste and feeling he knew her possessed of, and remembering a charming description given by Rousseau in his Julie of a spot of this sort among the rocks of Melaire, il semble que le lieu désert doit être le seul des amants, en échappe seul au bouleversement de la nature. For a moment or two he indulged such a delicious reverie, till sudden recollection of the truth cruelly destroyed it. Celestina was not, never could be his, never could share with him the simple and sublime delight offered by the superb spectacle of nature, with all her great works about her. Whether he was among the rude mountains that she has raised as a barrier to divide two powerful nations, or gratified with the more mild beauties of his native country, never could she share in his satisfaction, or heighten his enjoyment, but her hours and her talents were all destined to make the happiness of Montague Thorogood. And that idea he started up, and hardly conscious of the rugged precipices beneath him, renewed his wandering researches, and sought, by activity of body, to chase the fearful phantoms of lost happiness that haunted his mind. He had now passed 3 weeks among the Pyrenees, and had traversed several glaciers, and descended on the Spanish side, and looked over part of Caledonia. Again he took his way to their summits, again crossed deep valleys of ice, and wandered over regions where winter reigns in all its rigour, though under a sky of the deepest blue, illuminated by the ardent sun of July, a sky so clear that not even a fleeting summer cloud, for a moment, diversifies its radiance. One of the tallest of these stupendous points is Le Pied de Midi de Bagnes, which seems to be the sovereign of the inferior points around it. From its tall head he descended to Bagnères, and there meaning to close his researches he rested some days, and then, by another route, returned towards the country of Roussillon, from whence he had first begun his journey. But when he arrived there, he had nothing to do but to form some scheme of farther progress, and therefore, pleased as he was with the variety and novelty offered him by this long chain of immense mountains, he determined to lengthen his stay amongst them. His guide, who had by this time acquired an affection for him, delighted to carry him to every place that he thought might offer either novelty or amusement, and he now conversed with the smuggler, who conveyed at the extremest peril prohibited articles of commerce between France and Spain, now joined the solitary hunter of Izzard or smaller chamois, and now shared the most dangerous toils of these who sought to bear the wild boar or the wolf among the deep woods that clothe the sides of the mountains. It was an excursion with an hunter of the Izzard, that Farnham having been left behind at the cabin of a shepherd where Willoughby intended to pass the night, and Gaston, his guide, were, by an accident, separated, and he found himself alone, on one of the most savage spots of the whole chain. Above him arose a point covered by eternal snow, beyond which a glacier spread its desolate and frozen surface for some miles, surrounding every way by sharp and barren rocks. One side, fed by this magazine of ice and snow, a broad and darting torrent threw itself, falling with deafening noise into a rocky cauldron, so far below that the eye could not fathom it. A dark and apparently inaccessible wood of firs was on the other side, where no tree or plant could find its abode, that was not equally able to endure the severity of those cold winds, that passing over these immense magazines of ice, carry with them frost and desolation, even into the rich vineyards and luxurious pastures of Gascony and Languedoc, and there assume the name of the Biswind. Willoughby had lingered so long among these mountains that it was now the second week of August. The evenings were, of course, somewhat shortening, and the sun was visible only by reflection from the snowy point above him, when he found himself lost on a place where he knew not his way to any human habitation, or was likely to hear the sound of a human voice. Little accustomed, however, to fear of any kind, he sat himself down on a piece of broken rock, to consider if, by any of those remarks which Gaston had taught him to make, he could find his way before nightfall to rejoin his servant and his guide, or to find at least some place of shelter. These observations, however, were impeded by the clouds that seemed to arise from the extensive plains below him, and to gather round the base of the mountains. These increased every moment, and at length surrounded him like waves, so that he no longer distinguished the objects beneath him, while immense volumes of white vapour were poured like a sea between him and the neighbouring precipices. He heard louder than ever, but he no longer saw the torrent that threw itself down within a few yards of him, and had apprehension ever been, under any circumstances, troublesome to him, he now might well have feared that, lost in this chaos of mist, he should at least remain all night where he was, and perhaps never regain his companions at all. Life, however, had so few charms for him at this moment that his indifference for it, added to his natural courage, when only himself was in question, made him perfectly calm and collected, though the thick clouds of mist continued to gather and darken round the spot where he was now compelled to remain. For a few moments the sighing of the wind which bore this floating vapour, the increased hollow murmurs of the rushing waters of the cataract, were interrupted only by the screaming vulture, and the deep hoarse raven, who seemed by their cries, as they filled above the great abyss of the mist, to be warning of their companions of some approaching danger. Thunder was in fact gathered in the bosom of these clouds, and Willoughby, as he sat on his solitary rock, heard it muttering at his feet, and after some tremendous bursts which seemed to shake the mountains to their foundations, accompanied by blue and vivid lightning, a violent wind rose, and dispersing the foggy clouds, drove them, with the storm generated in their bosom, to the country beneath. The last rays of the departed sun were now reflected from the summits of snow. The air became perfectly serene, and Willoughby saw distinctly every object around him. He observed at some distance to the left a cross, in an elevated situation, but far below the extremest point of the cliffs, and he recollected that the day before Gaston had shewed him that cross, and had told him that near to it was the residence of a shepherd, and that not far from it a convent near the foot of the mountain. Towards this, therefore, he now endeavoured to find his way, and by the help of a stick, with an iron fixed at the end of it, and by his own activity, he at length passed difficulties that to many people would have seemed insurmountable, and attended only by a terrier which had followed him from England, and which had been the faithful companion of all his wanderings, he reached the pointed rock where the cross was erected. It was now, however, so late, that he began to despair of finding the hut where Gaston had told him was situated something lower down. The moon, indeed, was rising in majestic beauty behind him, but her light, he feared, would hardly be sufficient to guide him among the woods and crags with which he was surrounded, to an object, perhaps entirely concealed within them, and with which he was wholly unacquainted. He sat down, however, till she could afford him more benefit, and to consider what he should do, when, amidst the silence of the night, the sound of a human voice, in slow cadence, accompanied by some musical instrument, was borne on the faint breeze that arose from the low lands. He listened. It was not the illusion of fancy, as he had for a moment supposed, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Oh, it came o'er mine ear like the sweet south, that breathes upon a bank of violets, stealing and giving odour." His dog, too, gave evident signs of hearing something unusual, ran from his master to the brink of the precipice, then returned, jumping towards him, and seemed rejoiced that they were once more within reach of a human habitation. His sagacity assisted his master to follow the sound, and descending the mountain by an entangled and almost overgrown sheep path that led from one pointed rock to another, he at length entered one of those woods of larch, pine, and chestnut, that fill many of the hollow bosoms of the Pyrenees, and though the trees rendered it entirely dark, the music, which still continued at short intervals to float in the air, led him on, till, in a small glade, overshadowed by rocks clothed with bushwood, he saw a small cabin, or rather cottage, where he had no doubt of finding an asylum for the night. His terrier now ran gaily before him, and was presently saluted by the loud barking of those dogs which guard the Pyrene flocks. But on meeting, the animals courteously saluted each other, and the shepherd's dog seemed glad to shew the strangers to his master. The moon, though not yet risen above the trees, which on every side shaded the rocks surrounding the solitary glen, yet afforded general light enough for Willoughby to perceive a group of peasants assembled round the door of the cottage, superior in size to any of the cabins of the shepherds which he had yet visited. As he approached, the frowns which had guided him towards it ceased, and a man advanced to meet him, whose air and manner was very different from the native mountaineers whom he had been accustomed to see, though his dress was nearly the same. Willoughby accosted him in French, told him he was a stranger who had lost his guide, and desired to be permitted to remain in his cottage till morning, enabled him to find his companions. The man to whom he spoke hardly allowed him to finish his sentence, before in language unadulterated with the patois which is spoken in that country, and in a coarse mixture of Spanish and French, he expressed the utmost solicitude for his accommodation, and leading him to the door of the cottage, presented him to his wife, to an old man her father, and to several young people whom his music had assembled round the cabin, and who the inhabitants of a little group of cottages dispersed at short intervals among the woods on this part of the Valley de Lauzon. Each individual of this simple party was eager to show civility and attention to the stranger. "Louison," said he who appeared to be the master of the house, and who had met Willoughby, "Louison, go and prepare what our cottage affords, to refresh this gentleman, who may well have occasion for it, after such fatigue as he has gone through." Willoughby owned he was almost exhausted, and in a moment, milk, bread, and such other simple food as they themselves lived upon were before him. With the same hospitable simplicity, Louison went again, at her husband's request, to prepare him a bed, which one of the younger brothers of his host relinquished to him, saying he could find lodging that night at a neighbouring cottage. Le Laurier, which he found was the name of his host, then pressed him to retire to his bed, but Willoughby, refreshed by what he had eaten, found his curiosity so strongly excited by the manners and language of this man, that it became more powerful than fatigue, and he could not help expressing a wish to know how a man, who possessed such musical talents, and whose conversation was certainly not of that of a mountaineer, should be found inhabiting a sequestered nook in the bosom of the Pyrenees. "I inhabit it, sir," replied Le Laurier, "because I was born in it; but it is true that I have also seen a great deal of other parts of the world, and that it is not yet a month since I quitted the capital of France, to return hither, after a very long absence." "Long indeed," said his wife, who had now rejoined them. "Alas! so long," and she sighed deeply, "that I never expected, sir, to have seen him again." "Let me hear," said Willoughby, "not only what you have to relate of yourself, but what is now passing at Paris, which you say you have so lately left. I have been so long wandering among these mountains, that I am wholly ignorant of the consequences of that fermentation which was evident among all ranks of men when I passed through it." "And I was in the midst of it all, sir," replied the Laurier, for my master, Chevalier de Belgrade, was among the prisoners who were released from the castle of Mont Saint Michel. But our history is too long for this evening. He gave, however, a brief detail to Willoughby of what had passed at Paris the preceding July, and then, gaily turning the conversation, said, "Well, sir, but here I am, after all this, returned to my cottage in the Pyrenees, and here is Louison and my family. We are all happy together, and what is yet better, my dear master is restored to his home here below us." "And where is his home?" "Oh, sir, the chateau of Rochemart, where his family has lived since the beginning of the world. I believe it is just down the valley. Have you seen it? To-morrow, please heaven, you shall, and you shall see my master, who is now indeed the Count of Bellegarde, for his father and brother are dead. You shall see him, sir, and how a man enjoys liberty that has been a prisoner so many years. Not, indeed, for that he is so happy as some people would be, because of the misfortunes in the beginning of his life, which always hang upon his mind. But now, I hope, in time, he will get over them. For my part, I think it folly to lament what we cannot help, or regret what cannot be recalled. I wish the Chevalier was of my disposition." "'Tis a very fortunate one, at least for yourself," replied Willoughby, "and has undoubtedly helped you gaily through the world." "No, sir, not gaily, but tolerably. Amidst the severest of those misfortunes, which I shared with the Chevalier, I had always a persuasion that I should revisit my cottage and my Louison." "Ah, thank heaven, your persuasion was just one, my friend," replied his wife, "and now we may not part with the melancholy impressions on our minds. Let us have a little more music." The Laurier then began to play on the instrument Willoughby had before heard, and which was something between a lute and a Spanish guitar. He touched it with uncommon taste, and sang a simple rustic air. The cadence was solemn and pathetic, but at every close the female part of his auditory joined their voices in unison. Willoughby had now time to observe the groups before him by the clear light of the moon, which cast a mild and unclouded radiance around them. The scene was simple and affecting. The Laurier, a fine manly figure, sat on a feat of turf by the side of his door. His wife, a very handsome woman, stood leaning against the side of it, her head inclined towards him. A girl, 12 or 13 years old, who was his eldest daughter, leaned on the turf and looked up towards him, with a sort of innocent and affectionate admiration, while a boy of 7, the youngest of his children, had fallen asleep as he sat at her feet, and rested his head on her lap. 2 or 3 young peasants were behind, listening to the music, and gazing at the stranger, and in a chair before the door the venerable father of the family sat, contemplating the felicity so lately restored to them all by the return of the Laurier, with the mild resignation of reposing age. 1,000 fragrant smells floated in the air after the rain, and the lightest wind whispered among the woods by which they were every way surrounded. Not a sound interrupted the plaintive pastoral air, which the performer now began to play, while his wife and daughter alternately sung a stanza. It was kind of romance in patois, but Willoughby understood it to be the complaint of a mountain shepherd, whose mistress had forsaken him for a richer establishment. There was nothing new in it, but it was the language of nature, and brought forcibly to the mind of Willoughby his misfortunes. The soothing melancholy which every object around him seemed to breathe, the light of the moon trembling amongst the waving branches of which Celestina had so often remarked the effect when they were wandering together, the simple cadence of rustic music, even the happiness which he saw on the countenances of his host and his family, combined to rise in his mind and regret and languor. Never could he now hope to enjoy such a scene with Celestina. Never was he likely to taste the delight of being restored to all he loved. Oh no! Celestina was the wife of another, and the world had no happiness for him. As he indulged these melancholy thoughts, he sat almost motionless and appeared to be attending to the music of the Laurier, but on a sudden they quite overcame him, and striking his hands together, he started up and walked suddenly away from the little assembly. His host immediately ceased to play, and following him inquired with unaffected solicitude if he was ill. Willoughby, immediately recovering himself, thanked him for his kindness, and assured him that his emotion was occasioned merely by the song he had heard, which had brought some unpleasing recollections to his mind. The man, instead of attempting to console him by commonplace speeches, said he would then leave him a moment, and hoped he would soon rejoin them, and allow them to wish him a good night. Willoughby walked on a little farther toward the wood. He looked up at the moon. "Even at this moment," he said, "perhaps the eyes of Celestina are fixed on thee, mild and beautiful planet. Those fine and expressive eyes, which have seen fill with tears of admiration and delight, as they have contemplated the beauty of the universe, and the wisdom of its Creator. Ah, Celestina! Our hearts were made for each other, but yours is perhaps changed, and to me is lost as well as your person." He dared not trust himself with the train of thought, but turning, walked slowly back towards the cottage door, where only Le Laurier and his Loraison now waited to shew him to bed. As he walked silently along, the bells of a convent below seemed to be calling its inhabitants to their evening prayers, and from a higher part of the mountain, which arose very suddenly beyond the woods, a small bell answered, and was re-echoed among the rocks. On his reaching Le Laurier, he inquired what these sounds meant. "The bells below," said he, "are those of the convent of St. Benoit, about half a mile below us, and the smaller one is that of Father Anthony, a hermit, who inhabits one of the rocks above. He has lived there many years." "And where is the castle of Roquemark?" inquired Willoughby. "It is almost close to the convent," replied Le Laurier, "and if you wish to see them both I will wait upon you thither to-morrow." Willoughby now repeated his acknowledgments for the courtesy he had received, and retired to his rustic bed, where fatigue, in despite of the depression of spirits was his last reverie brought upon him, gave him up to repose, and he, for a while, enjoyed that sweet forgetfulness of human care, without which the wretched would lose the power of enduring their wretchedness, and the happy that of enjoying their good fortune. End of Volume 4, Chapter 8. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 4, Chapter 9 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 9. By the break of day the following morning, Willoughby had left his rustic couch, and joining his host and his family, partook of their simple meal. He felt some concern, on reflecting on the panic poor Farnham must have been in, when the guide returned without him to the place of rendezvous the preceding evening. He expressed his uneasiness on this head to Leloirier, who said he knew the place described perfectly, and would immediately send thither the son of a neighbouring shepherd, who was then employed about his cottage, and bring his servant and the guide to him. In the meantime he proposed to shew Willoughby the château of his master, a proposal which his guest readily accepted. Louison, however, on their being about to depart, had, in her very expressive face, a look of concern, and in her manner an appearance of inquietude, for which Willoughby wished to account. He was not long left in suspense. She took her husband's hand, and said, "My friend, you will not leave me long." "No, simpleton," replied he, and then turning to Willoughby, he gaily exclaimed, "Here is a woman who is afraid of trusting her husband to go half a mile." "Ah, monsieur," said Louison, "you would not blame me, if you knew how he once left me. He went away only for a few days, and he stayed nearly 3 years." "But not voluntarily, indeed," answered Leloirier. "I met my master, my dear master, who had been so kind to me, in prison, in distress, in a state of mind bordering on insanity, and I could not leave him." "I do not blame you for that, my friend," said Louison, "but I own I am afraid of its happening again." "How happen again? The Chevalier, or rather the Count, my master, is not now as he was then." "Ah, no! But you have owned yourself that he is restless and unhappy, and though he appears at times delighted with being restored to his liberty, his estate, and his daughter, yet at times his mind is unsettled, and his schemes wild and uncertain, and if he should take it into his head to travel again—" "You fear that I may be tempted to travel with him." "Yes," said his wife, "indeed I do." Leloirier then tried to laugh away her apprehensions, and they left her, while Willoughby felt his dialogue give new force to the curiosity he had to see the Count de Bellegarde. As their way was down through the woody side of the mountain, they soon reached the domain of the château, in which, the first object that struck Willoughby, in a spot which once had been cleared of trees, but where the underwood, and a smaller growth of wood again, almost concealed it, was a pavilion, which had once been magnificent, but was now in ruins. It was built of various coloured marbles, found in the Pyrenees, was of Grecian architecture, and seemed to have been a work of taste. The pillars of the portico, though broken, yet supported its roof, and behind it were 3 apartments, that had once been richly furnished, one as a banqueting room, the other 2 as rooms, for the siesta, which is usually taken here as in Spain. The canopies of yellow damask were fallen, and the hangings of the rooms devoured by the moths, and decayed by the damps from the windows, which, having never been glazed, the shutters had long since dropped down. There was something particularly melancholy to the mind of Willoughby in contemplating this building, once the seat of gaiety, splendour, and luxurious repose, thus deserted, and he inquired of Leloirier if the present Count never intended to repair it. "Sir," replied he, "my lord, the Count, has hardly the time to think about that yet, for he has been so little a while at his castle, that everything there remains as it was, ruinous enough. But as for this pavilion, I question if ever it will be put in order, though my lord has such an odd sort of liking to it, that the moment almost he got home, he came down to look at it. It was quite late in the evening, but it was not dark, and he looked in at the window, for that night I could not open the door, the key was lost, and the locks were all rusty, and by what he said, I am sure there is some story belongs to this place. The people of the castle, indeed, always had a notion of its being haunted ever since the death of my lord's sister, whose heart, they say, was broke by her father's ill usage. Certain it is, that the old count caused this place to be shut up, and took away the fine glasses and pictures that were in it once, but what you fee now he left to fall to pieces. There used to be large trees all around it, and all manner of flowers, and the stream, that now almost stagnates among these reeds and rushes, and with difficulty finds its way to the moat of the castle, was then brought into a bath, behind the banqueting house, and into a basin, which is now grown over with weeds and grass, so it can hardly be traced. Willoughby left this desolate spot with a sigh, as his companion led him through the obscure paths of the woods that surrounded it. He inquired whether the castle itself had equally suffered from time. "Oh, yes, sir," replied the Laurier, "from time and from war too. It was formerly a place of great strength, and of great importance as a pass into France from the Spanish side of the Pyrenees, and held out a long siege when the famous Count of Bellegarde, my lord's ancestor, defended it for Henry IV., our king, against the army of the League." "Perhaps," said Willoughby, "your lord may not like the intrusion of a stranger into his retirement." "Oh," replied his conductor, "we may not happen to meet him, or if we should, it will be a sufficient introduction and recommendation for you, sir, that you are an Englishman, for he loves the English." Encouraged by this assurance, Willoughby proceeded, and in a few moments the woods ascending a little as they reached the extreme base of the mountain, opened into what could only be called a plain, where opposed to the surrounding hills, for the ground was rugged and uneven, scattered with masses of ruined buildings that had formerly been part of the outward fortifications, but of which some were fallen into the fosse, and others overgrown with alder, ash, and arbeel. The gate of the castle, and all beyond the moat, however, was yet entire, as were the walls within the circumference, bearing everywhere the marks of great antiquity, but of such ponderous strength as time alone had not been able to destroy. Where breaches had been made by cannon, the walls had been repaired, but this work being of less durability than the original structure had gone to decay, and the depredations of war were still very visible. The whole was composed of grey stone. The towers at each end rose in frowning grandeur above the rest of the building, and having only loops, and no windows, impressed ideas of darkness and imprisonment, while the moss and wallflowers filled the interstices of the broken stones, and an infinite number of birds made their nests among the shattered cornices and half-fallen battlements, filling the air with their shrill cries. over the moat, which was broad and deep, but now only half full of water, which was almost hidden by aquatic plants, sheltering several sorts of water fowls that now lived there unmolested, a drawbridge, with massive chains, led to the gate of the first court, under a high arched gateway, defended by a double portcullis. This court was where the castle guard were used to parade. It was spacious, and the buildings that surrounded it were gloomily magnificent, but now no warlike footsteps wore away the grass which grew over the pavement, no martial music echoed among the arches and colonnades. One solitary figure alone appeared slowly walking with his arms crossed on the terrace that led to the second court. "There is my lord, the Count," said Leloirier. "Speak to him, then," replied Willoughby, "and apologize for my intrusion." Leloirier advanced with his hat in his hand, and at the same moment the Count, who then first perceived him and Willoughby, came towards them. His military air and dignified figure were tempered by the mild and courteous manner with which he moved forward to receive the stranger whom Leloirier announced to him. He was greatly above the common height, thin, and a little bent, as if from depression of spirit, but his face pale, sallow, and emaciated as it was marked with such peculiar expression, that all the adventures of his life seemed to have been written there. When he spoke, his dark eyes were full of fire and vivacity, yet at times they were wild, and at others heavy and glazed. His brows were a little contracted, and hollowness about his temples and cheeks, and the strong muscular lines of his whole face seemed to bear the harsh impressions of the hand of adversity, rather than of time; for though his hair was grey, and he looked much older than he really was, Willoughby did not think of him above 4 or 5 and 40. At his breast was the cross of the order of St. Esprit, and his dress, that of a captain of cavalry, was not modern, and apparently neglected. His whole appearance instantly announced him to be a man of high rank. If Willoughby was pleased with his manner and address, he seemed equally or even more gratified by the curiosity expressed by an Englishman to visit him. "You see me here, sir," said he, "released only a few weeks ago from a long imprisonment, wondering at my freedom, and a stranger in my own house. To those only who have been the victims of despotism it would be easy to comprehend my sensations on such a sudden emancipation, and the triumph with which I reflect that I owe it to the same noble efforts which have given liberty to France, to my country. Ah!" continued he, pausing, and losing at once all the vivacity with which he had, a moment before, spoken. "Ah! what sensations of concern are mingled with this exultation! I regain my freedom, but where shall I regain my happiness?" He now fell into a deep musing, which lasted only a moment, while Willoughby walked by his side on the terrace. Then, suddenly awakened from it, he cried, "But it is too soon to trouble you with this sort of conversation. We shall have time enough, for I flatter myself, sir, with a hope of your staying with me as long as you remain in this country. You must have no other home, if you know the pleasure I have in conversing with the English." He paused again, as if forgetting what he meant to say, and then added, "I will introduce you to my daughter, to my little Anzoletta, for I have saved her. That one little gem is restored to me in all its lustre, amid the wreck of everything else that was dear to me. We will find her now." He then entered through another arched way, the second court of the castle, and Willoughby accompanied him in silence, while Leroyer, with his hat in his hand, followed as the Count bade him. They entered an immense hall, barbarously magnificent. It was roofed with beams of oak, and the sides covered with standards and trophies of armour, the perishable parts of which were dropping to pieces. The narrow Gothic windows were filled, not with glass that emitted the light, but with glass painted with the achievements of the family, mingled with the heads of saints and martyrs, whose names were now nowhere to be found but in the archives of the neighbouring convent. But in contemplating the innumerable coats of arms that were blazoned on the windows, and on the banner that hung in faded majesty between them, Willoughby could not help recollecting what food they would afford for the favourite speculations of his uncle, and his thoughts dwelt a moment on the scene that might have passed in consequence of his absence in the family of Castlenorth. These reflections, however, he had neither inclination nor time to indulge, for the Count ascending a broad but steep staircase of stone that led out of the hall, and wound within one of the turrets, entered a gallery, and at the end of it was his daughter's apartment, the door of which was open, and Willoughby was immediately introduced to a young person, who sat before a frame working on a piece of embroidery. A woman between 50 and 60, who seemed to be a kind of governess, was with her. Willoughby was pleased by the graceful simplicity of her figure and the beauty of her face, but when she spoke, in answer to the compliment he made her, this pleasure was converted into amazement. He fancied he heard the voice of Celestina. So striking did its tones resemble those to which his heart had been always trembling responsive, that had he not seen who spoke, he should not have doubted it of being Celestina herself. He started, and felt the blood rush into his cheeks, nor could he immediately recollect himself enough to reply to what Anzaletta said, and again called forth those sounds, to which the second time she spoke, he listened with increased astonishment and more painful delight, for, not only the similarity of her voice to that of Celestina was more evident, but he saw a resemblance to her in the air and manner of Anzaletta, that assisted the delusion. Anzaletta seemed to be about the age of Celestina, but her figure was less, her hair and eyes much darker, nor had she that dazzling and radiant complexion which made it always difficult to believe of Celestina, that she was a native of the south of Europe. The features of Anzaletta were, perhaps, more regular, and were not turned like Celestina, so that the resemblance consisted in that sort of air of family, which we sometimes observe among relations, a kind of flying likeness, which we now detect, and now lose. The Count seemed highly gratified by the notice Willoughby took of his daughter, to whom he now spoke, and bade her prepare herself for dinner, for that his guest was to remain with them. He then led Willoughby back to the room where he usually sat himself, and as they went, he said, "Is not my Anzaletta charming?" "She is indeed," replied Willoughby. "Perhaps," added the Count, "perhaps you would not believe that she is the child of the daughter of a man of inferior rank, one of my father's vassals." "Is she not your daughter, my lord?" inquired Willoughby. "Yes," replied the Count, "she is my legitimate daughter, and as such, I glory to acknowledge her; but her mother was Rollourier, and To my marrying her she owed all her misfortunes, and I many of mine. But if you ever think it worth while to hear the incidents of a life that has, I think, been marked with some similar occurrences, I shall have a melancholy pleasure in relating them." "Nothing would oblige me so much," said Willoughby, whose curiosity had been every instant increasing, especially since he had seen Anzaletta. "May I, till I can be so gratified, inquire where is the mother of your lovely daughter?" "Yes," replied the Count, "and you will hear a fresh instance of the barbarous policy which despotism encourages and protects. Her mother, she was compelled by my father, the last Count of Bellegarde, to enter into a convent of Carmelites at Bayonne, and there to take the vows. She was my wife, by the law of God and man, but I was absent with my regiment. I was unable to protect her, and the power of the governor of the province, and of an enraged and tyrannic father, were united to tear her from me. Would to heaven we had been the only victims, but there was yet another who is gone whence there is no return." Here he fell into one of those fits of silent musing, to which Willoughby had even during their short acquaintance observed him to be subject. It lasted, however, only a moment, and then recovering from it, he clasped his hands eagerly together and cried with energy, "But, for my wife, my Jacquelina, thanks to the generous, glorious spirit of my country, I shall retrieve her. She yet lives. I have seen her through the iron bars of her cloister. I have spoke to her. I have in my bosom a handkerchief which she gave me, bathed in her tears. She told me where to find our child, our little Anzaletta, and I go to Paris to demand and obtain her liberty, to claim her as my wife, and to be enabled to bring her hither to a husband, who, changed as she is by consignment and affection, she still adores her, to her daughter, whose early excellence promises to reward us both for many, many years of separation and sorrow." The eyes of the Count were filled with tears as he ceased speaking, and Willoughby, whose heart was as tender as it was manly, was deeply affected. "Heaven grant you all your wishes, sir," cried he, "and that your private happiness may be one of the innumerable blessings attending on public felicity." The Count wrung his hands and cried, with yet increased vivacity, it will, my friend." There was in his manner a something bordering on wildness, as he continued this discourse, which Willoughby remarked with some concern. He was not, therefore, sorry when it was interrupted by the entrance of Lelarrier, who told him, that the messenger he had dispatched had found his servant and the guide, and relieving them from their fears for his safety, which had been cruelly severe upon poor Farnham, had brought them both to the castle, whither his wife had directed them. Willoughby had been under a good deal of concern for Farnham, who, he knew, must have been dreadfully alarmed for the safety of his master. His arrival therefore was particularly welcome, and he was glad to change his clothes, for which purpose he now begged leave to retire. The court ordered Lelarrier to shew them to an apartment, and to take care he had every accommodation he desired. Willoughby, as he marched gravely along through the long galleries and across the gloomy hall, fancied himself a knight of romance, and that some of the stories of enchanted castles and wandering adventures, of which he had been so fond in his early youth, were here realized. End of Volume 4, Chapter 9. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 4, Chapter 10 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 10. After a repast, rather hospitable than splendid, during which the looks of paternal admiration and tenderness with which the Count observed every action of Anzaletta, and her innocent and agreeable vivacity, rendered them both more attractive to Willoughby, Monsieur de Bellegarde, finding that Willoughby rather wished to listen to the history he had promised than to take any repose during the heat of the day, proposed retiring to the north gallery, and there beginning this interesting account. Willoughby most readily agreed to the plan, and the Count, dismissing his daughter and her governess, led him hither. This room extended far on the north side of the building, and looked over the moat to a wood fir and cypress, fringing the abrupt ascent of the mountain, which rose almost perpendicularly from the plain. At this acclivity commanded the castle. Two strong redoubts were built on it, where, in hostile times, parties were stationed to keep the enemy from possessing posts, whence the castle might be annoyed. In the portholes of these fortresses, now fast approaching to decay, the cannon yet remained, though rusty and useless, and the strong buttresses and circular towers, mantled with ivy, were seen to aspire above the dark trees, on every side encompassing them, while, a little to the west, from a fractured rock of yellow granite, which started out amid the trees, a boiling and rapid stream rushed with violence, and pouring down among the trees was seen only at intervals, as they either crowded over it, or, receding, left its foaming current to flash in the says of the sun. It was altogether one of the most sublimely beautiful landscapes Willoughby had ever seen, and he contemplated the scenery with pensive pleasure, while the master of it thus addressed him: "Perhaps you are so well read in the history of France as to make it unnecessary for me to remark, that my family is ancient and illustrious. My father, the Count of Bellegarde, was educated with every prejudice that could make him tenacious of his rank and anxious to support it. He was married early by my grandfather to the heiress of the house of Ermenville, and his eldest son, the only issue of that marriage, inherited from his mother the great prosperity of that family. By ambition, which my father possessed a great share, both from his temper and his education, saved him not entirely from the influence of softer passions. During the life of his first wife, an indigent relation of his own was received into the family of one of his sisters, as a dependent. She was beautiful and interesting, and my father being released, by death, from an engagement, in which his heart had never any share, married her, and thought himself overpaid, by the felicity of his second marriage, for the little satisfaction he had found in the first. But though he had in one instance suffered his inclinations to conquer that aspiring temper, which, under less powerful influence, would have led him to seek for a second great heiress, he seemed determined to apply himself with more assiduity to the attainment of power and honour,
by other means. He had some capacity for business, was daring in forming schemes, and obstinate in adhering to them, proud, vindictive, and violent, with such a portion of national pride as it made him hold every other nation but his own in utmost contempt; and whenever they seemed likely to dispute the superiority of France, he was tempted to wish like Caligula that the people so presumptuous had but one neck, then he might destroy them at a blow. With this disposition, you will easily imagine the introversy with which he regarded the English. He held a high post in the War Department of France in 1755, when those hostilities commenced, in which, for a series of years, the English had almost always the advantage; events that added to a national hatred, or a kind of personal and peculiar malignity; for of many of the operations in which his country failed of success, the Count of Bellegarde was the projector. By a long course of defeat, however, his master, Louis XV, and his coadjutors grew weary of his influence, and in 1759, after the loss of Quebec, he was suddenly dismissed in disgrace. Nor was this mortification the only one he was at that period fated to sustain. A violent and infectious fever at the same time deprived him of his wife; and wounded thus deeply, by public and domestic misfortune, he took the sudden resolution of quitting the world, and retiring to this castle, with my brother, my sister, and myself. Hither then he came, leaving, at Paris, his eldest son, who had been some time in possession of his mother's fortune, and had lived entirely independent of his father, and on no very friendly terms with him. To the young, gay, and dissipated D'Urmanville, for he took the name of his mother, the austerity of a statesman and conversation of a politician were alike repulsive, and he had no feelings about him that disposed him to submit to the authority of a parent, from whom he had nothing to expect; for it was well understood that all of the Count de Bellegarde, either possessed from his ancestors, or acquired from his political advantages, D'Armenville would inherit only that share which, by its being entailed, his father could not deprive him. The error of which the Count thought he had been guilty, in allowing to his eldest son early independence and boundless expense, made him determine to adopt, in regard to me and my brother, a conduct altogether contrary. On his retirement from the world, my brother, who was the eldest of the two, and called the Baron de Rochemart, was nearly 15, and I was only 14 months younger. Yet though at that age we should have been either pursuing our studies or with the army, in which we had both commissions, my father took us away with him, and, with a governor whom he engaged, because he was the most rigid pedant he could find, he fixed us both in which we then thought the desolate solitude of Rochemarch, a place which he had fixed upon for his own residence, not only because it was so far from the scene of his former elevation, but because it was the only one of his capital houses that was not entailed on de Ermonville. The gloomy solitude in which he lived, the power of life and death which he possessed in his domain, and the proneness of his mind to superstition, which was encouraged by the monks of the neighbouring convent, who soon found the advantage of having so liberal a benefactor, at once darkened and soured a temper never very good. Accustomed to dictate and command, he could not now divest himself of the habit, and his vassals, and his sons, being the only persons over whom he could now exert it, were the victims of his harsh and peerless spirit, for in him he delighted to discover, or to fancy faults, only for the satisfaction of imposing punishment. It may be easily imagined that the two lads of our ages, and who had from temper and constitution a keen relish for pleasures of every kind, the life we led was insupportable. The mild and soft tempered Genevieve, our sister, who was then not more than 12 years old, though from her sex and disposition more accustomed to and able to endure solitude and confinement, began to feel the weight of those chains, of which, however, she did not complain, but endeavoured, by her soothing sweetness, to make ours sit more easily. She was my father's favourite, and her influence had, for some time, the power to assuage the harshness of his temper, but by degrees even that failed of its effect, and his mortified pride, his lost happiness, and his gloomy notions of religion, combined to increase this ferocity, and irritate his asperity, till, at length, his children, though the children of a woman he so fondly loved, seemed to afford him nothing but objects of anger and tyranny, and he was left alone to the influence of Father Ignatius, a Jesuit, whom he took into his house as the director of his conscience, and whose purpose it seemed to be to estrange him from his family entirely. There is a point beyond which the endurance of the most painful sufferer cannot go. Genevieve, indeed, was not yet arrived at this point, but the Baron and I had long since passed it, and determined to break the settlers, which in their present form we did not think even paternal authority had a right to impose. The Baron therefore went to D'Ermenonville, representing our situation, and entreating his assistance to deliver us from it. The Marquis d'Ermenonville, perhaps, no great affection for us, he could not be totally indifferent to the representation of the Baron, and felt, perhaps, some pleasure in being able to thwart his father, where it seemed to be a sort of duty to act in opposition to him. For this purpose he immediately, and by way which we had pointed out to him, sent us a considerable supply of money, and directed us both to quit the castle in the night, and find our way to Perpignan, where his servant and horses should attend to conduct us to Paris. He urged not only to the cruelty of Count de Bellegarde was guilty of, in thus obliging us to waste the best of our days in a desert, but the appearance it must have to the world, that when a war was carrying on, two young men, enlisted in their country's service, submitted to be confined like monks in a cloister. This remark would have been enough to have fired us with ambition and military ardor, but to the incitements of honor he added the allurements of pleasure, and every scruple that remained, for I had still some as to leaving my father without his permission, gave way before their united influence. I could not, however, with equal success conquer the regret I felt at leaving my beloved Genevieve, to whom, from all our earliest infancy, I had been particularly attached. She would, we were well assured, be compelled to encounter all the fury and indignation of the Count, when our departure should be known, and when we saw her tremble with the mere apprehension of it, we would very fain have obviated every difficulty that seemed to forbid our taking her with us. But, child as she was, she answered with firmness and resolution, of which her gentle temper seemed little capable. "No, my dear brother," said she, "it is fit you should go, but that I should stay. No point of honour, no military duty calls me. And I will not desert my father. He is unhappy, and has need of me. He must not be deprived at once of all his children, and if he treats me with rigour, the consciousness of not having deserved it will enable me to sustain it with patience." It was necessary, however, that she should appear wholly ignorant of our flight, and we dreaded that her resolution would give way when she was charged with having been acquainted with it, insomuch that we should now have repented having made her a party in our secret, should we have borne the thoughts of leaving, abruptly and unkindly, a sister whom we both so fondly loved. I could not, however, with equal success, conquer the regret I felt at leaving my beloved Genevieve, to whom, from our earliest infancy, I had been particularly attached. She would, we were well assured, be compelled to encounter all the fury and indignation of the Count, when our departure should be known, and when we saw her tremble with the mere apprehension of it, we would very fain have obviated every difficulty that seemed to forbid our taking her with us. But child as she was, she answered with firmness and resolution, of which her gentle temper seemed little capable. "No, my dear brother," said she, "it is fit you should go, but that I should stay. No point of honour, no military duty calls me, and I will not desert my father. He is unhappy, and has need of me. He must not be deprived at once of all his children, and if he treats me with rigour, the consciousness of not having deserved it will enable me to sustain it with patience." It was necessary, however, that she should appear wholly ignorant of our flight, and we dreaded that her resolution would give way, when she was charged with having been acquainted with it, insomuch that we should now have repented having made her a party in our secret, could we have borne the thoughts of leaving, abruptly and unkindly, a sister whom we both so fondly loved. At length the hour came for this cruel parting. My father, who since his residence here had affected all the state of a feudal baron, and even many of the precautions of a besieged chief, though he had no enemies to apprehend but the wolves and bears of the Pyrenees, not only had the drawbridge taken up every night, but had a sort of guard parade, at stated hours, the courts of the castle. Our desire of liberty, however, surmounted all the difficulties by which our escape seemed to be impeded, and by means of our sister, and our own resolution, we descended in safety from one of the lower windows, crossed the moat, which was then full, in our drawers, by swimming, and dressing ourselves on the opposite bank, we proceeded on foot to Perpignan, and with hearts exulting in our success, and the joy it gave us, allayed only by our apprehensions for Genevieve. Our tutor had taken a fancy to wine, and we took care liberally to supply him, in consequence of which, and the increase of pleasure he found from this easy indulgence of his favourite passion, he had insensibly abated of his former strictness, suffered us every evening to go to the apartment of Genevieve, and frequently took, in our absence, such plentiful potations, that he was in bed and asleep before we returned to our apartments, which were within his. Thus we were not missed till the morning, and as we left no traces on our way, and had not even entrusted a servant with our secret, the pursuit that was then made for us was quite ineffectual. We arrived safely at Perpignan in spirits too elevated to be affected with the fatigue of our long walk. We found that D'Hermonville had punctually adhered to his promise, and on his horses, and attended by his servants, we proceeded gaily to Paris. D'Hermonville received us with more cordial friendship than I believed to be in his nature. He furnished us with money to equip us for joining our respective regiments, as became the sons of the Count of Bellegarde, and assured us of his continued assistance, till my father could be brought to reason. It is not, therefore, wonderful that his friendships made us blind to his faults, and that we saw not the dissolute libertine in the kind generous brother. In fact, he had many virtues, and it was to him we owed our support after the peace of 1763 restored us to the pleasures of Paris. Then, however, the Count of Bellegarde, though he resisted every argument which could be brought by the other parts of our family to induce him to receive and forgive us, yet was so far averse to our owing any farther obligation to D'Hermonville, whom he held in abhorrence, and no longer acknowledged as his son, that he agreed to make us each a handsome allowance. Peace being made, my brother, the Baron de Rochemont, went into Germany, where, during the war, he had formed some attachments, and I was for several years in garrison with my regiment, hearing nothing of my family but what I learned from the letters my sister contrived, by stealth, to send me. After our elopement, she had been, for some years, more rigorously consigned, and had suffered inconceivable harshness and cruelty from her father. But at the end of 6 years, though his temper was far from being softened by age, the death of the Jesuit, who had been his confessor, seemed to have procured some little alleviation to her sufferings. A younger and less austere director, of the same order, had succeeded to the government of his conscience, and Genevieve now informed me that, accustomed as she had been, almost from her infancy, to confinement, the moderate severity of that in which she now lived was comparatively easy to her, that her father admitted of her services with more pleasure than he used to do, spoke to her with greater kindness, sometimes allowed her to walk out, and had promised that the daughter of one of his vassals, for whom she had conceived a friendship, should be allowed to reside with her at the castle, as her companion. She always added her vexation that this execution of his promise was, she knew not why, always delayed from time to time, though her old governess was becoming quite useless as a companion; but her greatest uneasiness seemed to arise from our long, and as she began to fear, endless separation. This regret she repeatedly dwelt upon with so much pathetic tenderness that I at length determined to go in secret, and in disguise to Rochemont, and embrace once more this beloved sister, for whom, long as we had been parted, I still felt the warmest affection. I was at Paris when I made this resolution, where, a short time before, I had formed an intimate acquaintance with a young Englishman, the second son of a nobleman. He was 2 or 3 years younger than I was, in person remarkably handsome, and in manners the most engaging man I ever met with. Our acquaintance soon became the sincerest friendship, and he communicated to me every interesting circumstance that befell him. So my situation in regard to my father, and my increasing desire to see my sister, was no secret to him. He entered into all my solicitude, and encouraged me to indulge this inclination I had to visit Rochemont in disguise, for the pleasure of seeing Genevieve. A letter I at that period received from her determined me to hesitate no longer. She intimated that her situation was become extremely unpleasant, from the extraordinary behaviour of the Spanish Jesuit who had succeeded old Ignatius; that this man seemed to have designs of the most improper nature, and in regard to her, and that it was he who had hitherto opposed her having Jacquelina, the young person to whom she was attached, with her, because he foresaw he should then have less frequent opportunities of entertaining her alone. Finding, however, the count disposed to indulge her, and being unable to form any longer pretences to prevent it, he had at last told her that he would immediately influence the count to oblige her, if she would consent to ask for the addition of another member to the family, and receive, as if at her own desire, a sister of his, who must be a superintendent over both her and her friend, and replace the superannuated governess, who was no longer capable of her charge. To this, my poor Genevieve told me that she had consented, rather than not have the company of Jacquelina to cheer her solitude; that Jacquelina was consequently arrived, and the other expected every day; but that, notwithstanding she had now a companion, the Jesuit continued to find but too many opportunities to entertain her with conversation, which she could not misunderstand. My blood boiled with indignation, while I read this letter, and I instantly communicated the contents of it to my friend, Ormond. "It is not possible," said he, "that you can hesitate, my dear Chevalier, how to act. Let us set out instantly for Rochemont. You see a friend ready, not only to attend you, but to lose his life in your service." We departed the next day, followed only by two servants, and arriving at Perpignan, began to consult on the means of meeting Genevieve, without the knowledge of my father, or the inhabitants of the castle; and the prosperous expedient that occurred to us was, to disguise ourselves and our servants as hunters, and to watch, in that dress, till chance should throw my sister in our way. I sometimes thought of going openly to my father, and making one effort to awaken his paternal feelings, to obtain my own pardon, and my sister's liberty; but after consulting with Ormond, we agreed that it was better to endeavour to see her first, for a failure in the success of this scheme would probably occasion her to be so closely confined that we might never have an opportunity of seeing her at all. Equipped, therefore, as izzard hunters, we reached this castle, and wandered about a whole day in its neighbourhood without any success. The weather was so intensely warm, for it was now autumn, that I believe my sister came out only early in the morning, or late in the evening, and that the best probability of meeting her was at those hours, to take up our abode near the castle, therefore, was material, and I recollected the banqueting house in the wood, which had then, I imagine, been long neglected, and where our residence could not be suspected; but, on entering, I was surprised to find it newly fitted up, and sumptuously furnished with every article that could contribute to luxury and repose. This had been done by the Jesuit's directions, and here he now and then made little entertainments for some favourite fathers of the convent and their female penitents, which Asclepius or Mark Antony might have beheld with envy. Dread of the count's power and severity effectually secured every part of his domain from the intrusion of any of the neighbouring peasants. The pavilion, therefore, furnished as it was never locked, and as I imagine nobody had so good a right to it as myself, I took up my abode in it without much apprehension of being dislodged. My friend occupied the other room, and our servants found a lodging in the deserted cabin of a shepherd, on the other side of the castle, from whence they were ordered to watch for the appearance of the ladies we desired to see, and immediately, on perceiving them, to acquaint us. The whole of the second day passed as the first had done. We wandered about the woods that skirt the castle, but all about it appeared the desolate abode of sullen despotism. At night, when we had no longer anything to fear from the observation of those who might belong to it, we approached its walls more nearly, and watched the lights at the windows, hoping that Genevieve might pass with a candle, though even then it would have been very difficult, if not impossible, to have apprised her of our being so near. If my friend had been eager for the expedition, he was now more earnest for its success. The wild and mountainous country around a castle such as is described as the habitation of enchanters and monsters of fable, was exactly suited to inflame his ardent and romantic imagination. And when, to these circumstances, was added our purpose, to save a young woman from the harsh severity of a father, and the wicked hypocrisy of a Jesuit, he became an absolute enthusiast, and vowed, like a true knight errant, never to leave the spot till our venture was successfully accomplished. The second night, however, we were slowly retiring to our pavilion, and had almost reached it, when we fancied that among the trees on one side of us, which were then cut into alleys, we heard female voices talking low and plaintively. The evening was so profoundly still that we heard every leaf that quivered in the scarcely perceptible air, and these voices we now lost, now heard more distinctly, till at length I was sure that one of them was the voice of Genevieve, though it was so long since I had heard it. I would have flown into her arms, but Ormond, for once was more considerate than I was, withheld me, by representing to me, that if the person with her should be the Jesuit's sister, we should be ruined by our rashness. Instead, therefore, of shewing ourselves abruptly, we glided along on the other side of the treillage of beech, which entirely concealed us, and, listening attentively, heard distinctly that it was to her friend Jacquelina that my sister addressed herself. I knew not whether my voice or the sight of me could alarm her least, but at length determined to walk from the banqueting house and meet her. We both, therefore, proceeded slowly down the walk in which she was, leaning on the arm of Jacquelina, but neither of them immediately perceived us, and I had time, for though it was evening every object was yet distinct, to observe the wonderful alteration that time had made in the person of my sister. I had left her, a beautiful girl of 12 years old, her fine hair hanging loose over her face and neck, and her features, though then lovely and expressive, not yet formed. She was now in her 19th year, with the figure of a nymph, and a countenance beaming with sensibility and sweetness, with a sensibility that seemed to have no object, and with sweetness that had something of a patient acquiescence infinitely interesting. Her companion was so beautiful a woman, that at any other time I should have been immediately struck with her charms. But at this moment I had no eyes but for Genevieve and Ormond, whose heart had been prepared for any impression, was so fascinated, that, forgetting my injunctions of silence, he exclaimed, "Heavens, Chevalier! You never told me that your sister was an angel." At this exclamation, though not uttered in a loud voice, Genevieve, whose eyes were before fixed on the ground, raised them, when seeing two men approach, she was extremely alarmed, and taking Jacquelina by the arm, she cried, "Here are strangers, my friend, let us hasten back to the castle." "No," I cried, "no, Genevieve, it is no stranger, but your brother, who comes to defend and protect you." "My brother! My dear brother!" said she. "What, both? Is it possible? Can you be both so good?" I held her in my arms, for she was unable to support herself, while Ormond passionately exclaimed, "Oh, would to heaven I were your brother! But accept me, loveliest of women, as your friend, and be assured that I will defend so glorious a title with my life." She was soon so well recovered as to listen to what I related to her, and her beautiful eyes were turned towards Ormond, full of such expressions as charmed his very soul, while she thanked him for having accompanied her dear Chevalier. From her conversation, and from that of her amiable companion, I learned that my infatuated father was not only entirely governed by his confessor, but had lately shewn so much attachment to the sister whom he had introduced, that there was every reason to apprehend the consequence of the increasing influence of both. Genevieve, however, spoke of her father's failings, and even of the unreasonable harshness towards her, with reluctant sweetness that was bewitchingly interesting, and Ormond, in this short conversation, was gone whole ages in love. His eyes watched every turn of her countenance, his ears drank the soft sounds of her plaintive voice. I saw that the beauty, the simplicity of Genevieve, aided by the singularity of her situation, and the scene in which he saw her, had effected an instance of what has often been denied, and often ridiculed, love at first sight. Neither Ormond, nor my sister, nor I, were conscious of the course of time, but Jacquelina at length reminded her that it would be hazardous to be longer absent from the castle. She instantly recollected herself, and said with a sigh, "My Chevalier, we must part. When shall we meet again?" It was agreed that by the earliest dawn of the following morning we would wait for them in the wood, near the pavilion. We attended them as far as we dared, towards the approach to the castle, and then slowly and unwillingly bade them good night. Ormond stood watching my sister as she passed among the trees, and when he could see her no longer, he hinted to me, and said, with an energy particularly his own, "Bellegarde, I am in love with your sister to distraction. I am sorry for it, my friend," said I. "And why sorry?" interrupted he, with an air of displeasure. "Because," replied I, "this attachment, if it indeed becomes permanent, though very honourable to her, may be a source of misery to you both. My father has so great an antipathy to an Englishman and a Protestant, that were a man, who is both, to possess the world, I am convinced he would refuse him his daughter." "Refuse!" cried Ormond. "Do you think I would ask him? Or do you, Chevalier, mean to leave your sister, such as a sister, here in his power? I hardly know what I mean yet, my dear friend. Let us, however, do nothing rashly. Let us injure the objects we wish to serve. Alas! at that time I was cool and collected, and could argue with the romantic enthusiasm of my friend; but in a few days I was as madly in love with Jacquelina as Ormond was with my sister. The impediments between us were as great as those between my friend and Genevieve. Jacquelina was of inferior birth, the daughter of one of my father's vassals, and to the sullen pride of the Count of Bellegarde nothing could be so repugnant as such an alliance. I was not yet of the age when sons were allowed to dispose of themselves, and my allowance from my father would, I was well assured, be instantly withdrawn if I offended him anew. All these considerations, however, weighed nothing against the violence of my passion, and, determined as I was to marry Jacquelina, and to give Genevieve to my friend, the only difficulty seemed to be to find a priest on whom we might depend, for sensible of our affection as were the objects of our love, they refused to leave their home unless under the protection of their husbands. While I was studying how to find and secure the fidelity of such a man as we had occasion for, Genevieve endured from the insolence of the Jesuit, and the encroaching authority of Mademoiselle d'Achetier, his sister, insults which she dared not avow to us in all their extent. But Jacquelina, when she was alone with me, spake with less reserve, and told me she had no doubt but that it was the plan of d'Achetier, the Jesuit, to marry his sister to the Count, and that so entirely was he governed by him, that there was no doubt of his falling into the snare. This was very unpleasant intelligence, but I forgot it when she added that she dreaded every day lest the walks Genevieve was now allowed to take should be prohibited. It was necessary immediately to hazard something. I contrived to make acquaintance with one of the younger monks of the convent. He had never seen me as the Chevalier de Bellegarde, and believed for some time that I was a hunter, from Pau in Béarn. At length, when I believed myself tolerably acquainted with him, I told him who I was, and with what view I had so long fingered about my father's abode, from whence I had been many years exiled. From the manner of his receiving this intelligence, I believed I could trust him. It was very hazardous, for the fathers of the convent were for the most part decidedly in the interest of the Jesuit, but I offered to this monk the means of gratifying some of those passions which his poverty and mode of life afforded him little opportunity of indulging, and he agreed to do whatever I pleased. The rising sun of the following morning saw my friend Ormond the enraptured husband of the lovely Genevieve, and gave me, in Jacquelina, the only woman who seemed to me worthy to be her friend. Trembling at every breath of air, at every whisper of the falling leaves, they hurried back to the castle, where an unusual degree of tranquillity seemed on that day to reign. The count spake kindly to his daughter, and she, encouraged by the certainty of now belonging to the man she loved, put a restraint upon herself, and behaved with more civility to d'Achetier and his sister than she could generally command. In the evening they met us as usual, but our felicity was embittered by the apprehensions for our safety that had taken possession of Jacquelina. Though there is not a peasant or a shepherd round the domains of the castle," said she, "that loves the Count well enough to do him any kindness on his own account, yet fear may have the influence which affection and gratitude have not. Some of them have been telling the servants that two strangers have been seen for many days among the mountains, who call themselves izzard hunters, though they have no dogs with them; that nobody knows where they sleep, or how they live, and that they are suspected to belong to a banditti who have for some time infested the Valley d'Arne, about the source of the Garonne." "This whisper," continued Jacquelina, "terrifies me. It was only to day I heard it, and I have never had a tranquil moment since. I figure to myself that your lodging in the banqueting house may be discovered, that you may be taken up, imprisoned, punished. I endeavoured to appease the fears of my angelic wife, though I felt that they were too well founded. Ormond, intoxicated by love, and knowing less of the manners of the people than I did, treated them slightly. 'Let them come,' said he, 'are we not armed?' The following day, however, Genevieve and Jacquelina met us in increased alarm. The reports among the servants gained ground. The Jesuit had heard of them, and had said to Genevieve and her friend, that if such men were lurking about the confines of the castle, their early and late walks would become very unsafe, and that he must speak to the Count to forbid them. To remain another night in the pavilion was not safe. Our little council deliberated what to do, and love was the president. Under his auspices, the timid Genevieve learned courage to propose what appeared more hazardous measure than to remain where we were. "The eastern side of the castle," said she, "is never inhabited on that side. The guard room, and the rooms above and under it, have not been opened for many years. In that quarter, you, my chevalier, may recollect, there was a considerable breach made in one of the sieges, and the windows are dismantled and broken still, as nobody ever goes near that range of rooms. Would there be much danger in your remaining in them till we can depart?" "The danger," cried Ormond, "is no consideration. But why should we not depart immediately? Why should you and Jacquelina ever return to the castle?" To this my sister answered, that unless precautions were taken, such as she feared we had not thought of, our flight would undo us. "My father," said she, "by the death of that nobleman who was the most powerful among his enemies, has obtained the government of Roussillon, and has even had offers of other advantages which may awaken his dormant and disappointed ambition. Thus armed with powers to detect our flight, consider what would be the consequence of our being missing, if we are not sure of getting out of his reach before he can exert the power. Secure, if possible, the means of an escape, and we will fly. In the meantime, you must think of your own safety till that can be done." We were too much in love to raise any difficulties to a plan which brought us nearer the objects of our affections, and the remark Genevieve made as to the difficulty of our carrying her and Jacquelina with us, without some quicker means of conveyance than their delicate limbs afforded them, was perfectly just. How to procure such conveyance was a matter that required more deliberation than the present moment afforded, and it was therefore agreed that at night, when all about the castle was quiet, Genevieve and Jacquelina should be at one of the lowest windows on the eastern side, and that we should cross the moat, and by their aid ascend to that window, which we considered a very easy undertaking. As it was now late in the autumn, and there was no moon, it was dark enough for our purpose. We crossed the moat with ease, and found our lovely conductresses waiting for us. With almost equal ease ascended the broken wall, and I was thus in my father's house, unknown to him, and took possession of the paternal mansion of my ancestors, as if it had been a robber and an assassin. Here, however, under such circumstances, I passed the most fortunate period of my life. Ah, short and fleeting felicity, which never, never can return again! We were not, however, so intoxicated with our present happiness as to neglect the means of its continuance, but nothing was so difficult as to carry them into execution. It was only of a night I could get out, for with such a commission I was unwilling to entrust the daring and impetuous Ormond, and the application I made for horse at 2 or 3 villages, at hours so unreasonable, raised such suspicion of my intention that I twice narrowly escaped being seized by the peasants as one of the banditti, and once, on my return to the castle, was watched and compelled, instead of entering it by the window, as usual, to plunge into the woods, and conceal myself till the following evening, while my wife, my sister, and Ormond suffered the most cruel anxiety, and were almost dead with apprehension. After this unsuccessful sally, they entreated me not to venture out again, and we continued to live on some time longer in security. The immense extent of the castle made our abode in this uninhabited part of the attended with very little risk, for the passages were all stone, and our footsteps could not be heard, even if we had not taken all precautions against noise. The appearance of complaisance which Genevieve was compelled to assume towards d'Acheter obtained for her any little favour she chose to ask of him, and he allowed her frequently to dine in her own apartment, while his sister was thus enabled to carry on, with more success, her plan of operations against the heart of the count, in which indeed she had made a much greater progress than we apprehended. Thus we were supplied with food without raising any suspicion, and were so well content with our consignment, since it was the imprisonment of love, that could we have been sure of its continuance with safety to the objects of that love, we should never have regretted our loss of liberty. To this moment I am ignorant of the means by which we were discovered, though I can impute it only to the treachery of the monk who married us. It was after midnight, near 5 weeks after our residence in the castle, that I was awakened by the loud shriek from Jacquelina, who at the same moment threw her arms about me. I started up, and flew to a cutlass which I usually placed in a chair near the bed, and with which I defended Jacquelina for some moments, till I was stunned by a blow which one of the ruffians who surrounded me aimed at the back of my head, and I recovered not my senses till many hours afterwards, when I awoke in a kind of litter, in which 2 hideous figures guarded me, with their swords drawn. I was confined by heavy chains, and when I inquired why I was thus fettered like a malefactor, I was shewn a lettre de cachet, which directed me to be conveyed to the Bastille, and thither I was now travelling. Oh, sir, if you have ever loved, you may be enabled to judge what were my feelings. Yet, who was ever so cruelly outraged? Who was ever torn from such a woman, unless it was my unhappy friend Ormond, whose fate I had reason to fear was yet severer than my own, because I doubted whether my father, savage and inhuman as he was, would exercise on me exactly the same degree of cruelty which he would feel himself disposed to inflict on one who, in addition to his being the husband of Genevieve, was an Englishman and a heretic. The anxiety I felt for his fate, and for that of my sister, and the dread of what might have befallen Jacquelina, whose shrieks, as they endeavoured to tear her from me, yet vibrated in my ears, made me insensible of my own sufferings notwithstanding my wounds and the inconveniences of my confinement. But my guards were obstinately silent, and neither threats nor entreaties could procure for me the least intelligence of what was to be the fate of the beloved friends from whom they had divided me. While any hope remained, I retained some degree of composure and recollection, but at length despair took possession of me. I became delirious, furious, frantic. I was only prevented by my chains from destroying, first my keepers, and then myself. I knew nothing of what happened for many days, during the disorder of my senses. When I recovered them, I was in a room in one of the towers of the Bastille, so much weakened with the loss of blood that they had taken from me during my frenzy, that I could not leave my bed. My head had been shaved, and I was under the regiment appointed for those who are decidedly insane. Pardon me if I here ask your patience till to morrow. The recollection of what I then suffered is too painful for me to dwell upon longer, and when I think that those sufferings were inflicted by a father here the count put his hand on his heart, and sighed deeply. Willoughby remarked in his eyes that unsettled expression that still bore testimony of the state of mind into which the sufferings he had been relating had thrown him, and extremely affected himself by the count's narrative. He was glad, powerfully as his curiosity was excited, to delay hearing the melancholy catastrophe, for melancholy he feared it must be till the next day. End of volume 4, chapter 10. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Volume 4, Chapter 11 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 11. When the Count de Bellegarde and Willoughby met the next morning, the former seemed perfectly composed, but pensive and melancholy. It was early. He proposed walking towards the convent, and as we go, said he, I will conclude, as briefly as I can, my mournful history. I will not dwell upon the nature of my sufferings in the Bastille. Of much of the time I passed there I have no perfect recollection, and for the rest, suffice it to say that, by the orders of my inflexible father, I endured all the rigours of imprisonment, in its most hideous form, for several months, during which I made some attempts to escape, attempts the failure of which only served to convince me of the impossibility of effecting it, and, in the impotency of rage, I cursed my existence, and, I fear, reproached Heaven itself for permitting such horrors on earth. The idea of Jacquelina, abandoned to the inhuman vengeance of a man capable of acting with such malignity towards his own son, the thoughts of the misery in which I had probably been the means of involving Ormond and Genevieve,
hardly suffered me to attend to my own wretchedness, when I was capable of feeling it, but many weeks passed in wild ravings about them, and then for myself I felt nothing. I thus lost some of those miserable days, the cause of which, when I was sensible, I marked on the wall of my prison. I had now, though my reckoning was thus rendered defective, passed near 2 years in my prison, when my barbarous father, at the intercession of my brother the Baron, sent a priest to offer me my release on certain conditions, one of which was, that I should immediately, on leaving my confinement, be conducted to my regiment, which was then in garrison at Lisle, and give my parole that I would not quit it without the permission of the commanding officer. Though I saw that this restriction was intended to prevent my gaining any intelligence of Jacquelina, of Ormond, or of my sister, I gave the promised desire, as being released from my detested prison always seemed a step towards them, and 2 days afterwards the governor of the Bastille delivered me to the persons whom my father had sent for me, and I was thus conducted, like a prisoner, to join the regiment, where the colonel, a friend of the count's, took care to take the parole in the strongest manner, and believing, perhaps, that under such circumstances I should not feel myself bound in honour to keep it, he continued to have me watched so strictly that I was still in fact a prisoner. And thus, at the age of 29, was I treated, my soul revolting against the tyranny without the means of escaping from it, and consuming itself in vain projects, to see or to hear from the wife so adored, from friends so tenderly beloved. A few days, however, after my arrival at Lille, my brothers d'Hermonville and the Baron de Rochemart came in disguise to find me. They hardly knew me, so greatly was I changed by despair and confinement; but without giving them time to express their concern, I inquired for Jacquelina, for Ormond, for our sister. Their countenances, particularly that of the baron, told me that I had only tidings of sorrow to expect, and knowing the state in which my mind had been, he studied a moment how to soften them, but the impatience of my fear would not give him time. "Tell me," cried I, "tell me where is Jacquelina, where is Genevieve, where is my friend Ormond?" "They are dead, I know they are; that inhuman man, who calls himself my father, has destroyed them all." "No," replied the baron, "Ormond lives, and is long since returned to England. Jacquelina lives, but lives not for you, she has taken the veil. As for our unfortunate sister, she is, perhaps, happier; she has been dead some months." This cruel intelligence, that of the three beings dearest to me on earth I should never again see either, was too much for me. Again I lost the sense of my misery in delirium, and it was many days before I could attend to the consolation offered me by the baron, or the lighter arguments by which d'Hermonville attempted to wean me from reflections which it could answer, he said, no purpose to indulge. The state I then fell into was only another species of madness. I no longer raved or vented my surly in cries and execrations, but I became silent and sullen, never spoke but to the baron, who still attended me with paternal pity, and got leave of the commandant to do so, and whatever I said to him was only inquiries after some particulars relative to Jacquelina and my sister, in which he could not satisfy me, all that he knew being from my father, or Madame de Bellegarde, for the sister of the Jesuit d'Acheter had long since been raised to that title, and had brought the count to Paris, where he was again admitted to a share of power as had enabled him to execute more securely his unnatural vengeance. As I was no longer capable of duty, and my malady seemed to be incurably fixed, as Jacquelina had taken the vows, and was for ever out of my reach, the baron obtained leave for me to go with him to a house he had in Normandy, where the patient pity with which he watched over me gradually restored me to my senses. But I regained them only to feel with keener anguish all the horrors of my destiny. The Count de Bellegarde, now far advanced in life, and repenting, perhaps, whenever his new wife gave him leave to think, of his cruel treatment of his daughter, expressed some inclination to see and forgive me, but felt that it was I who had much to forgive, and alas! I felt too, that though he was my father, I could not forgive him. The first moment in which I enjoyed both reason and liberty I should have used in flying to Perpignan, where, with difficulty, I learned that Jacquelina was confined; but I had promised the baron that I could not yet attempt it, and I held my word to him and I held my word to be sacred, whatever it cost me to keep it. All my present satisfaction was in traversing the sea coast, near where my brother's house was situated, and looking towards England, whence I every day expected to hear of Ormond, to whom I had written. Impatiently I waited month after month for an answer. I wrote again, but I still heard nothing. At length I recollected the name of an English gentleman with whom Ormond lived in habits of intimacy while he was in France. I wrote to him, and my letter was immediately answered. He informed me that Captain Ormond, who had returned to England about 10 months before in a very bad state of health, had been ordered very soon afterwards to America with his regiment, which was sent thither to quell the troubles which about that time broke out in the English colonies. Thus I had no longer any hope of seeing my dear friend, who was of a disposition to have joined me in my attempt, however hazardous, for the recovery of Jacquelina, which I was at all events determined to try at. Wild and impossible as the project was, it had taken such forcible hold of my imagination, the reason was no longer heard. I concealed my intentions, however, carefully from my brother, affected composure I was far from feeling, and, as he began to believe me reconciled to my destiny, he no longer refused to talk of Jacquelina, when I calmly led the discourse to that subject, and by degrees he told me all he knew, which was, indeed, a little more than the name of the convent where she had taken the veil, at Perpignan. Having gained all the instruction I could, I left a letter to the baron, who had long ceased to insist upon any parole, and telling him that being now well enough to return to my duty, I should merely see Jacquelina, take an eternal adieu, and then rejoin my regiment. I set out alone in the night, and taking by roads, arrived at Perpignan. I found a brother of Jacquelina's, who was settled there. He confirmed all that I heard of the compulsion that had been used by the count to force my unhappy wife to take the veil. He had threatened the destruction of her whole family. He had imprisoned her father, and assured her that I was dead. If I shuddered at this relation, judge how my tenderness, my regret, my rage, was increased when this brother of my Jacquelina went on to speak of what he thought I known, that she became a mother during this inhuman persecution, and that an infant daughter then existed. My sister, too, had given birth to a daughter, and died in consequence of the anguish of mind she suffered at having her child taken from her. "Where are these children?" cried I, in agony that it is impossible to describe. "Oh, carry me instantly where I may claim them!" "Alas, sir," replied my wife's brother, "my sister's child was taken by my mother, who, ill as she could afford it, would never part with it to the Count, who offered to provide for it, because she doubted what were his designs. She doubted indeed with reason, for the other baby was sent away to Bayonne, as was then said, but everything relative to it was so secretly managed, that nobody knew for a long time what became of it, and it was not till some time afterwards that my sister, who from her tender affection for Mademoiselle Bellegarde was anxious for it as for her own, persuaded me to inquire about it, for we all dreaded to hear that the Count, under the influence of debaucheries, had been very cruel indeed to it. Oh, sir, reflect a moment on my feelings at this detail." In the same breath I bade my informer to go on with the account of all he knew of Ormond's child, and carry me to my own. The wildness of my impatience frightened him. He endeavoured to soothe me with assurances that my infant was living and well, and told me as gently as he could that he had been guilty of a breach of promise in naming it, for that the Count had made the whole family enter into an agreement never to let me know anything about the child. Irritated by this new instance of barbarity, I swore, in a transport of passion, that I would have my daughter restored to me, or perish in the attempt, and that I would find the child of my murdered sister if I traversed the world. "Alas! my dear Chevalier," said my wife's brother, "there will be danger enough for you, even in attempting to see your own daughter, for the Count has never ceased to have it watched; but for that of your sister, you will certainly never recover it. All my researches, which I assure you were not indolently nor feeble made, traced it no farther than into the house of a certain Madame de Pallier at Bayonne, a friend of the present Madame de Bellegarde, who undertook—" "Madame de Pallier!" cried Willoughby. "Oh, eternal heaven, are you sure? Merciful God, are you sure it was Madame de Pallier?" Amazed at the vehemence and singular manner of Willoughby, for which he could so little account, the Count looked at him a moment and then said, "Am I sure?" "Yes, very sure. Have you then any knowledge of Madame de Pallier?" "Oh, if I could tell you," cried Willoughby, in agitation that deprived him of his breath, "but I cannot, 'tis impossible; yet thus much. Did you recover the daughter of your sister? Was she ever restored to you?" "No, never," answered the Count. "All the intelligence I was long afterwards to obtain was, that Madame de Pallier had placed her in a convent at Hyères, but her name was changed, and before I could obtain, after my last return to France, even this information, the people who had received her were dead, and I could only guess from some memorandums kept in the convent, that a child, whom I guessed to have been the same, was taken thence by an English lady." "It's Celestina," cried Willoughby, in the wildest transport. "It is my own Celestina. She is mine again, without a doubt, without any impediment. Mine!" He was conscious that at that moment he was not in possession of his senses, so extravagant was his joy. The Count, accustomed as he had been to the impulse of violent passions himself, was astonished at this frenzy, because he comprehended not what had produced it, nor could Willoughby, for some moments, command himself enough to explain it, till at length, From this paroxysm of agonizing joy, he sunk at once with a deep dejection, for the possibility had occurred to him that, at the very moment when he was exulting in having so wonderfully and so unexpectedly discovered the birth of Celestina, and thus recovered all his losses, she was, perhaps, married, and no longer interested for him, nor solicitous to inquire on his account to whom she belonged. Then, as every hour's delay might be fatal if this had not already happened, he determined to set out instantly for England. The wonder, however, with which he saw the Count survey him recalled his wandering and bewildered senses, and as well as he could, though very incoherently and inarticulately, he related his history to the Count. Monsieur Bellegarde had not a doubt but that Celestina of Willoughby was his niece. Every circumstance, as they became cool enough to compare them, answered exactly. Convinced of this, and becoming every instant more partial to his guest, the Count now entered with the warmest interest into all his apprehensions lest he could lose her, and approved of his hastening instantly back to England. Willoughby now entreated him to return to the castle, that he might not waste a moment, for on the event of a moment, perhaps, said he, my life depends. As they returned, however, the Count concluded his own history, and Willoughby, since Celestina was concerned in it, commanded that portion of attention which, perhaps, no other subject, however otherwise interesting, could at that moment have commanded. "I was not deterred," said the Count de Bellegarde, "by any of the threats that my father had uttered, but I flew to the convent where Jacqueline was. It was guessed by my impatience and ardour who I was, and I was refused admittance to the grate. I then had recourse to the disguise of a female dress, and, in despite of all the menaces that had been thrown out against their family, I prevailed on one of her sisters to accompany me. I saw her, but she did not know me. Her eyes were cast down, she was pale and thin, resignation and patience seemed to have softened the horrors of her destiny, but they gave to her faded beauty an interest so powerful, that I never loved her so ardently as that moment. I would have forced myself through the grate, which was one of those that are so narrow as scarcely to admit a hand. I threw myself against it. I spoke to her. Then she knew me, and caught hold of the bars to save herself from falling. I kissed her hand in the wildest transports. I besought her to remember that her vows were not, could not be binding, either in the sight of God or man; that she was my wife, and that against the infamity that had divided us, all nature revolted. Thus I raved, while tears, such as angels shed, fell from her lovely eyes. "Oh, Bellegarde," said she, when she was able to speak, "this is all vain and frantic rage. Learn, my dear, dear friend, to submit, as I do, to a fate, which, cruel as it is inevitable. I am dead to you, for from hence no power, no force, can release me. Ah! they told me you were no more, or never, never would I have taken those vows, which my heart refused. But it is done, and this short moment is the last we shall ever have." At this instant the superior of the convent and several nuns appeared, and severely reproaching her, forced her from the grate. "Inhuman!" said she, "even this last moment is denied me. Farewell, my dear Bellegarde, farewell for ever. Believe I am dead, and transfer the tenderness you felt for your Jacqueline to her little Anzoletta. In her I still live." This sentence was hardly articulate, amid the efforts her persecutors made to force her away. When I lost sight of her, again I threw myself frantically against the grate that divided. I beat my head against it. Fury and despair possessed me anew, and I became for some days again insensible, or sensible to nothing but the sight of my little girl, whose innocent smiles appeased my rage, and made me recollect that there was yet a being in the world for whom I ought to live. Every calm interval was employed in projects, more wild perhaps than my wildest ravings, to force Jacquelina from her accursed imprisonment. I talked about it continually to her brothers, and persuaded myself that nothing was impossible to a man so injured, and so attached as I was. My father, however, was too powerful in a province where he was governor, and in a community in which he had influence, to get Jacquelina received, notwithstanding her resistance, and even her marriage. At this time power did everything in France, and nature and justice were silenced. Thank God it is so no longer. In this ejaculation Willoughby most sincerely joined, and the count proceeded. "My father, as I was about to observe, was too well served to leave me any probability of success in this mad project. Far from being able to procure the liberty of my wife, I could not preserve my own, but was, under pretence of my insanity, carried away a prisoner from Perpignan, and the only favour the baron could obtain for me was, that I might be confined in his house in Normandy. Here I remained only a short time, sunk again into the impotent fulness of despair, when the regiment to which I belonged was ordered to America, and my father desired I might go. I wished for death, and had I any motives to desire life, my honour compelled me not to hesitate. For America then I embarked, and on my arrival my first care was to inquire for the English regiment, in which my friend Ormond had a company. I heard, from deserters, that it had suffered greatly in the beginning of the war, and was ordered back to England. Even the mournful satisfaction which had promised myself in embracing my friend, the husband of my beloved unfortunate Genevieve, seemed thus to be denied me. Every circumstance contributed to promote that desperation, that impatience of life, which is the effect of incurable calamity. Before I left France, I had recommended my infant Anzoletta to the care of the baron, in case of my death, and secured to her all the property that would be at my disposal on the death of my father. I thought, that were Jacquelina dead, I should think of her with less painful regret than I did now, languishing within the walls of a monastery of my natural friends. Only the baron and de Ermontville affected to feel any interest in my fate. The former was now deeply engaged in the duties of his profession as a soldier, and for the latter he was decidedly a disciple of Epicurus, and made a rule of his life to enjoy every possible pleasure and avoid every possible pain. Of course, my loss would be but slightly felt by either of my brothers, and my father, for so many years my persecutor and tyrant would rejoice at it. I continually sought death as my only refuge against the evils he had inflicted upon me, and what was called bravery was, in fact, despair. In one of the reconnoitrances which our troops and the revolted Americans had with the English army, it was my chance to be stationed to defend a small post on the borders of an immense wood, with a small detachment of French. The engagement was warm between the main bodies, but the troops, under my command, were not called into the action. Impatient to be thus idle, I sent one of my aides de camp to the general, representing that we were absolutely useless where we were, and entreating his leave to advance, when he returned and told me that the battle was over with disputed success, that the English had suffered greatly, particularly their officers, while the Americans and French, hardly in a better condition, were making their retreat, which I was directed to cover with my fresh troops. I advanced therefore through the wood by the way I was directed, and after proceeding half a mile I met a party of Indians, in the interest of the colonists, carrying with them an English officer, who was, they said, mortally wounded. By his uniform he appeared to be of rank. I approached him, and spoke to him in French. Judge of my sensations when I saw in this dying prisoner my friend, my Ormond! Not even the calls of duty were so pressing as those of friendship. I even deliberated a moment whether I should not hazard everything to attend him myself; but when I expressed this, though he could hardly speak, he conjured me to go on, and merely to take him out of the hands of the Indians. "I know I must die," said the gallant fellow, "but I would die in your hands, if you can, without injury to your honour, grant me such an indulgence." I ordered a guard to convey him, with the utmost care, to the nearest French quarters, and then hastened to obey the orders I had received. I had the happiness successfully to execute them, and having done so, hurried to my friend. I found he had received every assistance which, in the situation we then were, could be given him. He was easy, and though his wounds were mortal, his death was not likely to happen immediately. He thanked me, as soon as he again saw me, for my attention to him, and then eagerly asked me after his wife, and his child. "But she is dead," cried he, "my Genevieve is dead. I was but too certain of that before I left Europe." My silence, my tears confirmed the sad truth. "Well, my dear Chevalier," cried he, clinging my hand, "I am following her fast. I knew what you would tell me of my infant, of that dear pledge of my Genevieve's affection. Your inhuman father has eluded your search, as did mine. Oh, I could curse him, but I will not, because he is your father. If ever your friendly solicitude for the offspring of your sister and your friend should enable you to discover her, give her these pictures. They are those of her father, of his favorite sister, of her mother. See," added he, "this resemblance of Genevieve which she gave me, when I received the dear avowal of her love. Never till now has it left my bosom, and I conjure you, Bellegarde, never to part with it, till you place it on that of my daughter." My noble friend lingered a few days longer, not in great pain, however, and perfectly sensible, and then in my arms he resigned his gallant spirit to his God. This loss added strength to the gloomy resolution I had before made to die. Among my friend's papers, which, by his order, his servant delivered to me after his death, I found a narrative of all he had done, after his release from imprisonment in the Bastille, at the demand of the English ambassador; for he was there part of the time that I was, though we never saw each other, to gain admittance to his wife, and to have his child restored to him. And such an abhorrence did this add to that I had already conceived against my father, that I could not bear the name of Bellegarde, nor endure to think of returning to breathe the same air with a man whom I considered as a monster. To France, however, I returned, without even a wound in all the hazards to which I had voluntarily exposed myself. This inhuman father was still living, but my brother, the Baron de Rochemart, had fallen at the head of his regiment, at the attack made on the island of Jersey, and I succeeded to his fortune, a fortune which, ample as it was, could make me no amends for the excellent kind brother I had lost. Alas! I had lost two brothers, and two friends equally dear to me; they were not to be recalled, but I still found a gloomy kind of satisfaction in complying with their last requests. That of my brother de Rochemart was, that I would take his name, and most willingly I quitted that of Bellegarde; the dying request of my beloved friend I endeavoured, how vainly endeavoured to fulfil. I never could discover his daughter till this fortunate day. But my residence among the Americans had awakened in my mind a spirit of freedom. The miseries, the irreparable injuries I had received from ill place and exorbitant power prompted me to assert it. I was now possessed of considerable property, useless to me, because Jacqueline could not share it, though comparatively free myself. I was wretched. In this disposition it may easily be imagined that if I possessed the power, I was not without inclination to add a fuel to that fire, which immediately after the end of the war in America was kindled, though it yet burnt but feebly in France. I wrote, I acted upon my newly acquired principles with the energy of a sufferer, and with the resolution of a martyr. I was already the martyr of despotism, and ruined in my happiness for ever. I knew that all the vengeance I could excite could injure me no farther. I now saw Jacqueline, but she was still pining within her convent. I saw my child. I held her to the grate while her mother bedewed her little hands with tears, which I kissed off. It was a scene to move every heart but such as inhabited the breast of my father. Again the hopelessness of rescuing my wife from her cruel bonds gave him occasion to put other fetters on me. In the rashness of my desperation, I said, I wrote, I acted such things as made me be considered by government as a dangerous person. My father took advantage of my rashness. He represented me as being disordered in my senses, and obtained an order for shutting me up in the fortress of Mont Saint Michel. Between 4 and 5 years I have been a captive in that gloomy prison, where the glorious flame of liberty, of which I only saw the first feeble rays, burst forth. I regained my personal freedom. When my country became free, I found my father dead. Everything he could give away, his wife possessed, but this, and some other of his estates, were mine, and de Hermontville gave me, with the hands which then gave the title of Bellegarde, the name, which I abhor, and which, though it is yet given me by the people, who have been accustomed to give it to the head of my family, I will not keep, but take that of Montagnat, which is my untitled name, the original designation of our family. The first use I made now of the general and particular freedom in which I rejoiced was to fly to Perpignan, but the moment is not yet come when I can deliver my imprisoned Jacqueline. I am, however, assured that she will very soon be restored to me. In that hope I come hither to attend to my long neglected affairs, and to enjoy the society of my daughter. Even greater happiness has been the consequence of my abode here than I dared to hope; for by you, my friend, towards whom, the moment I saw you, I was impelled by an invincible propensity, I shall, I trust, recover the dear orphan child of Genevieve and Ormond. In a few days I shall go back to Perpignan, leave Anzaletta again in the care of her mother's family, and then hasten to assist in the glorious business of securing the liberty of France. Yes, the immortal work of defending myriads yet unborn from over suffering the oppressions under which I have groaned. Here the Count of Bellegarde ended his narrative, and Willoughby, with an inexpressible contrariety of sensations, joy and hope, fear and apprehension, being furnished with every assurance he could wish of the real parents of Celestina, took a tender leave of the Count and Anzaletta, whose voice was to him as the voice of a seraph, promising him felicity to come, and then departed, as had been agreed upon between him and the Count, for Perpignan, where he delivered at the grate a letter to Jacquelina, of whom the Count had desired that she would describe to Willoughby any particulars of the person of his wife, which she recollected, for in her care the infant Celestina had been left a few weeks. With trembling impatience Willoughby waited while the interesting and still lovely nun perused the letter, and heard her, while his heart sunk with apprehension, thus describe the child of her unfortunate friend. "She was," said Jacquelina, "fairer than my child, and her features greatly resembled those of her father. On her neck, a little on the left side, were three remarkable though diminutive moles." "It is enough," said Willoughby; "those moles are on the lovely neck of Celestina. 1,000 times I have kissed them as we played together in our infancy, and here on this portrait of her, drawn when she was about 12 years old, they are described." Jacquelina kissed the picture. "Little as can be judged from the likeness done so many years afterwards, I feel an assurance," said she, "that this is the picture of my Genevieve's child. May Heaven grant her those blessings which, in its unsearchable decrees, it refused to my lovely, luckless friend." Willoughby, who would not have been a moment detained by any interview less interesting or less necessary, now took his leave, and with the utmost expedition, though all he could make, answered; but ill to his impatience, he hastened on towards England. Volume 4, Chapter 11. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Volume 4, Chapter 12 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 12. While these things passed at Rochemart, Celestina, no longer doubting of Willoughby's marriage and entire desertion of her, was trying to acquire more than calm resignation, which she had so often determined to adopt, and so often lost. Montague Thorogood, accompanied by Lady Horatia to Cheltenham, where, as Celestina foresaw, his ardent entreaties, and the wishes of her friend, so strongly enforcing them, gave her so much pain, that she grew, hourly, more fond of the scheme she had adopted, of travelling. If she found it difficult to evade the importunities of her lover and her benefactress, she dreaded yet more the arrival of the elder Mr. Thorogood, who, about 6 weeks after Montague's recovery, came with him, after a short visit he had paid at home to Cheltenham. He soon found an opportunity of speaking to Celestina alone, and then she became more than ever conscious of the influence that his solid understanding, his excellent principles, and his tender regard for her, gave him over her ingenious mind. Though he never complained, she knew well that he was not happy in the other branches of his family, and that his hopes were particularly fixed on his younger son, whose attachment to Celestina, which, had it been successful, might have secured, in one point, the felicity of his father, had hitherto produced for him only anxiety and solicitude. He had seen his life once more in imminent hazard, from the fierce and impetuous Vassiver, and from his own rashness, which he could not but condemn. He had seen, for many months, all his talents, and almost all his affections, lost and absorbed in this one predominant passion, and he knew not what the effect might be on his intellects, and on his health, should he finally be refused; yet, while Willoughby was uncertain as to his own situation, or unmarried, the elder Mr. Thorogood had been withheld from making any efforts with Celestina, on behalf of his son. Now those impediments were removed, he no longer thought himself restrained from applying to her himself. So mildly and rashly, however, he entered on this conversation, that Celestina retained more courage, while she heard him, than she, at his commencement, had dared to expect; and when he had recapitulated all the advantages which might, he thought, be derived from her union with a man so passionately devoted to her, of suitable age, of easy fortune, one whose taste was congenial to her own, whose temper was remarkably good, and who had a heart uncorrupted by vice and exhausted by a long course of intrigue, and a family who would consider her admission into it as the greatest blessing that they could receive, Celestina acknowledged it was all very true. "I own too, sir," said she, "that to many people, and perhaps to you, I may have appeared to give your son such encouragement, as never ought to be given, unless it is meant to end in marriage. I have felt, without having it in my power to avoid impropriety, yet it will do me the justice to say, I have always told him, that whatever were my sentiments in his favour, and however I wished to encourage those sentiments, because I was persuaded he deserved them, yet that my heart never felt for him that decided preference, without which, I cannot believe, he could be happy, were I to give him my hand, I was too sure, that from an unfortunate prepossession in favour of another, it never could feel this preference; and that, therefore, though I should always be happy to be considered as his friend, I never would be his wife. Allow me, dear sir, to repeat to you a resolution from which I do not believe I shall ever recede. You know how true love and veneration I have for you. There is not on earth a man whom I so soon choose to supply to me that sacred and tender relationship I have never known, and to call by the endearing name of father. But I cannot, indeed I cannot marry. I know not why, but some invincible persuasion hangs over me that if I do I shall be miserable, and render my husband miserable, whatever may be his merit or affection. And ought I, under such conviction, to wish it? Be assured that if time and reason conquer this weakness, for perhaps it may be only weakness, if ever I feel that I can give your son a heart, weaned from every other attachment, and worthy of his, I will say so, as candidly as I declare the impossibility of me doing so now; and you are so liberal, that you will forgive my weakness, and save me, I am sure, from importunity, which is the more distressing, as it comes from those I so much esteem, and whose wishes it would be on any other subject my pride and my pleasure obey." Mr. Thorogood, after this conversation and some other of the same nature, was convinced that Celestina acted from motives of the most delicate honour. The more he saw of her heart and disposition, the more fondly he became attached to her, and the more ardently desired that she might become the wife of his son. He saw that though her ideas were what would be generally called romantic, they were not cherished merely because they were so, but that of a high sense of tender duty she wished to pay to the man with whom she was to pass her life, made it impossible for her to enter into such engagements till she was sure of fulfilling them according to her own ideas, and he hoped that her entire separation from Willoughby, his unkindness and neglect on one hand, and on the other the acknowledged merit of his son, would, though almost insensibly, yet not slowly, produce that change which she allowed herself to be possible, though at present it did not seem probable. In this hope he was contented to rest, and promising Celestina that if she would still allow Montague to see her frequently, he should not tease her by importunity, he threw himself entirely on her generosity and sincerity, and after a visit of nearly a week, he left Montague at Chetman by the desire of Lady Horatia, and returned home. In a few days after his departure, Celestina had another and more painful scene to encounter. Cathcart arrived early one morning, and eagerly asked to speak to her. She went down to him immediately, but when she saw him, she dared not ask the purpose of a visit so little expected. He was pale, he trembled and hesitated, he looked fatigued and dejected. Willoughby instantly recurred to her, for he was always the first object of her thoughts. "Is anything the matter, dear Cathcart?" she said. "With Willoughby? Oh, no," replied he, "nothing new. I have not heard of him since he went, which I think strange." Celestina sighed, as though she was able too well to account for it. "But is Jessie well?" "Yes, thank heaven," replied he. "But my sister?" "What, Miss Elphinstone?" "No, my other, my unfortunate sister Emily. I have been sent for her at Bristol, where, you know, I went to her some time since, at your entreaty. She has now, I think, only a few days to live. My sister Elphinstone is with her. Poor Emily wishes to see you. I know not how to ask such a favour of you, but you are so good, will you, can you oblige a family who already owe to you all the happiness they possess?" "What will I not do to give any part of its satisfaction?" said Celestina. "But do you, can you guess the reason of your sister's wishes to see me? Surely Vassiver is not there?" "He was not, when I left her, but a few days before. He had been at Bristol, raving like a madman at the fatal intelligence he had then had confirmed, that Emily could not live. If, however, he should come, you can have nothing to fear, for I will not leave you a moment, and I know you so well that I am persuaded there are few disagreeable circumstances which would not, to you, be compensated by the reflection of having given comfort to the last moments of my dying Emily." This plea Celestina could not resist. She went therefore, by the consent of Lady Horatia, with Cathcart, to Bristol, where a scene awaited her that for some time almost suspended even her thoughts of Willoughby himself. This lovely, unhappy victim to early seduction was in the last stage of consumption, and, unlike those who are cut off by that distemper, was perfectly aware, and perfectly reconciled to her fate. Her earnest wishes had been to be forgiven by Cathcart, and to die in the arms of her sister. They both now attended her with the tenderest affection, and had even yielded to her request to be allowed to see Vassiver, towards whom all her anxiety was now turned, and for his happiness she felt that concern which she no longer was sensible of for herself. Her exhausted heart was, from gratitude and habit, attached to Vassiver, and she saw that her death would take away the only tie that had been some restraint on his ungovernable licentiousness, and that his disappointment in regard to Celestina had embittered his temper, and given him a sort of excuse for the libertism in which he seemed too resolute to persevere; and while his good qualities, his generosity, and his candour, as well as his attentive tenderness towards her, had made her affection for him the last sentiment she was capable of feeling, she fancied it yet possible, young as she was, Celestina might be induced to save a man who appeared so well worth the attempt, and that, interesting as he appeared to her, he could not fail of having some interest with others, and particularly with one who had learned from Willoughby an early prejudice in his favour, which he hoped all his subsequent rashness had not yet wholly destroyed. Such were the views of Emily Cathcart in requesting this visit, and her beautiful eyes, lit up with the fire that was consuming her, became yet more dazzling bright when her lovely visitor was led into the room by her brother. Celestina entered trembling, and fearing the sight of Vassiver, whom she had never met since the terrifying night at Ranelagh; but the moment she beheld Emily, she no longer thought of anything but the affecting object before her. Emily sat in a great chair, supported by pillows. The extreme beauty that had been so fatal to its possessor still remained, though its lustre was gone. Emaciated, and of a delicate fairness, her hands and her face had a transparency that gave an idea of an unembodied spirit, and her dress was such as favoured the deception. The blood might almost be seen to circulate in her veins, so plainly did they appear, and her eyes had that dazzling radiance of ethereal fire to which the hectic heat of her glowing though wafted countenance still added. A few locks of her fine light hair had escaped from her head dress, and played, like broken rays from a receding planet, round a face, which only those who had hearts unhappily rigid could behold, without feeling the sense of her errors suspended or overwhelmed by strong emotions of the tenderest pity. She held out her hand to Celestina as she entered, and in a voice faint and uninterrupted from the difficulty with which she breathed, said, "Ah, dearest madam, how good this is! How worthy that tender and sensible heart, of which I have heard so much!" She stopped, as if unable to speak more at that moment, and rested her head against the chair. Celestina, affected to tears, sat silently down near her. Cathcart left the room. After a short pause she recovered strength to say, "But a moment will be allowed me, perhaps. Let me then hasten to thank you for this condescension, and to say, how earnestly it is my hope that it will not be made in vain, but that it will afford me an opportunity of successfully pleading for another penitent for poor Vassiver." "I forgive him most willingly," cried Celestina, "and most sincerely wish him happy." "Ah, madam," said Emily, "you must then carry your generosity further, for you only can make him so. I dared to represent this in a letter to you. I now repeat it. Victim, as I am, even in the morning of my days, I should however die in peace, for I hope my peace is made with heaven. If I could see any prospect of Vassifer's being happy, reclaimed from that wild career which he is now wasting his time, his fortune, and his life, I owe him so many obligations. I know him to have so good a heart, that it is terrible to me to see him devoted as he is, and plunging into an abyss of misery, from whence it will soon be no longer in his power to return. It has been a great consolation to me that I have had some little influence in stemming the progress of the evil, but it is you only who can save him from himself effectually, and how worthy would it be of goodness, of compassion like yours?" Celestina knew not what to answer. To promise what she never could perform was little in her nature, yet did she not love to check the disinterested hope that thus animated the soft heart of the fair pleader. "I believe," said she, after a short pause, "I believe you are mistaken, and that I have no such power as you impute to me. Be assured that, though Vasser's conduct has been to me a source of the most poignant uneasiness, I not only will forget it, but shall rejoice in seeing him happy, for his own sake, and for the sake of that dear friend through whose means we first became acquainted. A friend!" Her voice trembled, and she dared not attempt to name Willoughby, lest it should wholly fail her. "A friend who is still, and who I dare believe will ever be truly attached to him, and who, on his return to England, will, I am sure, use all the influence that friendship gives him over Mr. Vasser, to recall him from a way of life you so much apprehend." She was proceeding to evade, as tenderly as she could, the pathetic prayer she had just heard, when Emily was seized with one of those spasms which announced her approaching death. Celestina, terrified, called for Miss Elphinstone, and, unable to bear a scene in which she could be of no use, she retired to another room, where she passed with Cathcart 2 melancholy hours, at the end of which they heard that the fair unhappy Emily was no more. Vasser, who was in another lodging at the Hotwells, no sooner heard of this sad event than the wildest frenzy possessed him, nor did his having so long expected it, at all mitigate the blow. He ran to the house, and regardless of Cathcart and Mrs. Elphinstone, who would have opposed these frantic expressions of useless regret, he threw himself on his knees by the bedside, called to her as if she were still living, was sure she should not die, and now reproached heaven that she was dead. From this state of temporary insanity nothing had the power to recall him, till Cathcart, reproaching him very warmly for the impropriety of his conduct, asked him, whether it was thus he meant to promote the last wishes of his sister, and obtain the pardon of Miss de Moray? That name had still all its influence on the heart of Vasser, by a strange, though perhaps not uncommon division of his affections, at once vehemently loved the woman he had lost, and the woman he hoped to gain. Starting from his knees, he asked where Celestina was, for Cathcart had not yet told him of her arrival, and had promised to prevent his distressing her. "Miss de Moray is below, sir, but you must not go to her." "No go to her! Who shall prevent it?" was his answer, and he hastily went downstairs. When he entered the room where Celestina sat weeping with Miss Elphinstone, he had every appearance of a man out of his senses; but at the sight of her, he seemed subdued in a moment, and while she dreaded some wild and frantic speech, he threw himself on his knees before her, and burst into tears. His convulsive sobs, as he eagerly caught her hands, and pressed them to his heart, and the broken voice in which he attempted to speak, disarmed her at once of all the resentment which she had, till then, felt for his unwarrantable behaviour when they last met, and so tenderly, in a voice of such soothing pity did she speak to him, that he soon became reasonable, thanked her for her generous attention, even blessing her, and calling her the restorer of his reason; while Celestina availed herself of this disposition of mind to prevail on him to retire, which he did, on her promise that she would see him again the next day. After a mournful night, of which more was passed in comforting and consoling Mrs. Elphinstone than in sleep, the day arrived, on which Celestina was not only bound by the promise which in the agitation of mind she was in the night before she had made to Vassiver to see him, but induced to declare to him again how totally he was mistaken in supposing her engaged to Montague Thorogood. Again he cherished the hope which she never meant to revive, and at once to do what he knew would gratify her, while he acquitted himself of the promise he had given to his regretted Emily, that he had a deed drawn up and executed, by which he gave to Mrs. Elphinstone and her children 200 a year, and settled them at the house he had in Devonshire. On the moment of her departure, he gave this deed to Celestina, beseeching her not to open it until her arrival at Cheltenham. "And whither you are going, Mr. Vassiver?" said Celestina, who felt her pity revive for him, now that she saw him so dejected and subdued. "Ah!" replied he, "I am careless whither. I cannot, however, go back to my Staffordshire house, in the state of mind that I am now, for I should infallibly hang myself. I believe I shall go to London, for even at this time of year a wretched dog, such as I am, may find somebody or other to help them to rid of themselves, and the gaming houses are always open." "The gaming houses!" said Celestina. "Ay," replied he, "I have been there always of late when I have been cursed miserable, and play has a momentary effect on me, in making me forget other things. Perhaps in wandering about London I may meet with some unsettled, unhappy fellow, like myself, who may like to go abroad for 6 or 8 months. We may go find Willoughby, perhaps, and my return may be the more welcome to you, if I bring you an account of him." "Alas!" thought Celestina, "what account of him can I now hear with pleasure, unless indeed that he is well, that I always wish to hear. And I think," added she, her heart swelling as she said it, "I think I should sincerely rejoice to hear, that in his new situation he is happy with his wife." Vassiver, again feeling the renewal of that hope which had almost escaped him, saw Celestina depart with more calmness than he expected. Cathcart saw her safe in the protection of Lady Horatia, at Cheltenham, and then returned to Bristol, to perform the last sad offices to his lost Emily. Vassiver, at his, and Mrs. Elphinstone's request, leaving the place before her remains were consigned to their early grave. The scenes which, during this period, passed in the family of Lord Castlenorth were most turbulent, and to some of the parties equally melancholy. The anxious peer, whose health was as usual a little amended by change of country, waited at Paris the promised arrival of Willoughby with extreme impatience, impatience which had such an effect upon his feeble frame that death, which had so long been lying in wait for him, now seized him, and at a period when the blow saved him from knowing what could not have been concealed from him many hours. Lady Castlenorth having enacted with great dignity all that a mournful recollect must do on such an occasion, and Miss Fitzhaman having also performed her part admirably, the will was opened in due form, of which Lady Castlenorth thought herself perfectly sure of the contents, and she had indeed secured to herself a great deal of money, and a splendid income, besides her settlement. The property descended to Miss Fitzhaman immediately, was about 8000 a year, but in a codicil made in the immediate pleasure he received when Willoughby first declared himself resolved to marry his cousin, he had given him an estate of 2500 a year, and £10,000 in money, as a nuptial present, without, however, affixing any conditions to the gift. The short ceremony of reading the will being over, another was to be gone through less easy to Miss Fitzhaman, which was, announcing to her mother her actual marriage with Captain Kavanagh, which she thought must otherwise be revealed by somebody else. The dialogue was short but decisive. Miss Fitzhaman, or rather Mrs. Kavanagh, had more courage than tenderness, and having now nothing to fear from her mother's influence with her father, and secure of her fortune, both at present and in reversion, she attempted rather an air of triumph than of contrition. Lady Castlenorth would be but fairly described by the strongest of those representations that have been given of an enraged woman, when she has been compared to a tigress robbed of her young. Kavanagh had possessed the art to make her believe that his admiration of her mental perfections was the foundation of that attachment he felt for her, yet that while he adored her beautiful mind, her fine person was an object of tender admiration. To find that he cared for neither the one nor the other, but had availed himself of her credulity to obtain a footing in the family, and money to get his matrimonial fetters broken, that he might marry her daughter, were convictions so extremely mortifying to her pride, that they, for a while, suspended the power of expressing her rage. When, however, that power returned, she raved like a lunatic, gave way to the most extravagant sallies of passion, and though her lord was yet unburied, protested that the same house should no longer hold her and her pelican daughter. Mrs. Kavanagh was more calm and retired to her room, where Mrs. Calder, at length, persuaded Lady Castlenorth to let her stay till after the remains of her father were sent forward to England, which they were in a few days, and then Mrs. Kavanagh set out, by the way of Rouen, to England also, with her husband, who was impatient to take possession of his great acquisitions, the price of so much patient perfidy, though he would willingly have been excused giving to Willoughby even the small share of the ample property which his uncle had assigned to him, yet he knew he must see the will, and finally obtain it. He thought it better therefore to continue with him the appearance of honour, and therefore wrote to him, informing him of Lord Castlenorth's death, of his own marriage, and the codicil in favour of Mr. Willoughby, but not knowing whither to direct this letter, for Willoughby had left no intimation of the route he meant to pursue, when he quitted Paris, he addressed it to Elphinstone, where, with one on the same business from Lady Castlenorth, it lay, while Willoughby was wandering among the Pyrenean mountains, and while he pursued his impatient way towards England. End of Volume 4, Chapter 12. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Volume 4, Chapter 13 of Celestina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 4, Chapter 13. Unconscious of the good that awaited him, and dreading the evil that might be irreparable, Willoughby landed at Brighthelmston from Dieppe. Though it was 11 o'clock when he got on shore, he ordered post horses to be instantly ready, and used the moment he waited for them to take a slight refreshment. On the table of the room he was in, a newspaper lay. It was long since he had seen an English newspaper, and he took it up, where the first article that struck him was an account of the funeral of Lord Castlenorth, after his having lain in state at the house in town. Willoughby felt an immediate impression of concern for his uncle, and feared least disappointment should have hastened his death. On himself, or any advantage he might derive from the event, he never bestowed a thought; but as the mind, under the influence of any predominant passion, returns immediately to his bias, however temporarily diverted from it, it almost instantly occurred to him that if his uncle had been so long dead without his knowing it, Celestina might possibly have been as long married. Trembling, he looked among the marriages, but there were no names there at all resembling those which he dreaded to see united. His chaise was ready, and he departed for London, for it was there only that he was likely to gain intelligence of Lady Horatia Howard, and he knew of no other clue to guide him to Celestina. Celestina had left Cheltenham with her friend, and was now at Exmouth, where Montague Thorogood was continually with them. Whether he was present or absent, Celestina was equally pensive and melancholy; but it was only in the latter case that she attempted to indulge the sensations in the solitary walks which the sea shore afforded her, for she avoided as much as possible being quite alone with him, because her heart every day confirmed her in the opinion that she never could love another man as she loved Willoughby, and it was distressing to her to be frequently under the necessity of repeating what it inflicted such pain on her impassioned and indefatigable lover to hear. It was now late September, the evenings too shut in, and when there happened not to be a supply of new books, Lady Horatia often engaged Montague Thorogood at a piquet when Celestina sat by them at work; or, if she could be sure he was so occupied as not to be able to follow her, she walked out alone, and as the moon trembled on the waves, recollected the nights when, with Willoughby and Matilda, in the early days of their innocent friendship, they used to mark and admire together this beautiful appearance of the sea illuminated by the moon. Here, on this very spot, she had with him beheld it. The waves had now the same trembling brilliancy, the surrounding objects were the same, but Willoughby was changed, and happiness and Celestina were, she thought, parted for ever. Such were her contemplations one evening, when, towards the end of the month, and of Lady Horatia's intended stay at the place, she left the company who were assembled at the lodgings, and who happened to be the elder Mr. Thorogood, his wife, their son Montague, and Mr. and Mrs. Bettison, who being on a visit to the elder Mr. Thorogood, when he was ordered to the sea for his health, had accompanied him all together to Exmouth, and were shown every attention by Lady Horatia, as the relations of her favourite Montague. They were at cards, and Celestina, who never played, took the opportunity of her admirer's being engaged at whist table, from which she knew he could not immediately escape, to go out. The wind was high and the sea boisterous. It was growing dark, and she fancied a particular gloom hung over every object. Still, however, it was luxury to her to be alone. She was particularly wearied by the conversation of Mr. Thorold, and found nothing in that of Mr. Bettison to make her amends. Bettison was ignorant insipidity itself, and time, instead of adding to the number of his ideas, seemed to have rendered him, if possible, more stupid. Amid such society she could derive no pleasure from the conversation of Mr. Thorold and Lady Horatia, and the unusual weight she felt on her spirits seemed lessened, when she could sigh at liberty, and hear nothing around her but the wind or the sea breaking against the shore. She had not, however, been out long, before the chill and gloomy appearance increased, and darkness coming on, she slowly and reluctantly returned to the house. She heard, a little before she quitted the road, horses behind her, but not attending to them, she did not even distinguish whether they were the horses of the people of the place, or those of travellers. She entered the parlour, and sat down by the card table, where Montague Thorold, having performed his evening's task, had just resigned his place to Mr. Bettison. Suddenly a voice was heard in the passage, inquiring for Lady Horatia Howard of the servant. "My lady is within, sir," replied the man. "And who are with her?" "Mr. and Mrs. Thorold, and—" The servant was going on, when the inquirer said vehemently, "It is enough. Let me however see them." Celestina, at the first sound of the voice, had started from her chair. The second sentence it uttered affected her still more, but she had no time to answer the eager inquiry of Montague Thorold, "What is the matter?" before the parlour door opened, and pale, breathless, with an expression to which only the pencil can do justice, she saw before her the figure of Willoughby. There was agony and desperation in his looks. He gasped. He would have spoken, but he could not. The company all rose in silence. Lady Horatia, who hardly knew him even by sight, looked at Celestina for an explanation, which she was unable to give. At length Willoughby, as if by an effort of passionate frenzy, approached Celestina, and said, in a hurried and inarticulate way, "I would speak to you, madam, though to this gentleman, I suppose," and he turned to Montague Thorold, "I must apply for permission." His manner, his look, as wildly he cast his eyes around and saw all the family of the Thorolds assembled, which confirmed his idea of her being married, contributed to overwhelm Celestina with terror and amazement. She no more doubted of his marriage with this cousin than he did of hers, and could not conjecture why he came, or why he looked so little in his senses. She sat down, for her limbs refused to support her, and faintly said, or rather tried to say, "I hope I see Mr. Willoughby well." Lady Horatia then addressed herself to him, desired him to take a chair, and to do her the honour of staying supper with her. He heard or heeded her not, but, with fixed eyes, gazing on Celestina, he struck his hands together and cried, while the violence of his emotion choked him, "It is all over then! I have lost her, and have nothing to do here. No, by heaven, I cannot bear it." He then turned away, and left the room as hastily as he had entered it. "My dear Celestina," cried Lady Horatia, "what does all this mean? Do Mr. Montague for Mr. Moray is, I see, much alarmed do speak to Mr. Willoughby. I am really concerned to see him in such a situation." "No," said Celestina, who would not for the world have had Montague Thorold follow him. "No, I will go myself after him." Her fears now gave her resolution, and without heeding Montague Thorold, who would have prevented her, she hurried after Willoughby, and overtook him just as he was quitting the house. "Dear sir," said she, "dear Willoughby!" At those well known sounds, once so precious to him, he turned around. She took his hand. "I am very sorry to see you," continued she, "in such agitations of spirits. I greatly fear, perhaps, some misery between him and his supposed wife occurred to her. I am afraid something is wrong." "Wrong!" cried he. "Wrong! And do you, Celestina, inhuman Celestina, insult me with such an inquiry? Wrong! Am I not the most cursed of human beings?" "I hope not," interrupted she, "for your happiness." She knew no longer what she meant to say, nor did he give her the time to recollect; for, eagerly riveting his eyes on her face, and grasping her hands between his, he cried, "My happiness! And what of my happiness? It is not gone, lost for ever. Have you not destroyed it? Damnation and distraction! Why do I linger here?" He then plunged away, and rushed out of the door, where Farnham waited with two post horses. Celestina, trembling and attempting to stop him, followed. He tried, however, to mount his horse, but could not. He desisted, leaned against it, with his arm over the saddle, and resting his head on his arms, Farnham spoke, and Celestina immediately recollected him. "What is the matter with your master, Farnham?" said she. "Indeed he terrifies me to death." "Oh, ma'am!" replied the honest fellow, sorrowfully, "my poor master! Come, sir," added he, interrupted by a look of anguish and horror from Willoughby, "come, dear sir, you cannot ride any farther, I am persuaded, to night; let me lead you to the inn." Willoughby, without resistance, suffered Farnham to lead him a step or two, but he waved with his hand for Celestina to leave him, and faintly said, "Go, go, madam! I wish you well, I wish you well. What is the way to the inn?" cried Farnham. "Not to the inn, do not go to the inn," exclaimed Celestina. "You are very ill, dear Willoughby; let us take care of you here." "Lady Horatia requests it." Farnham led him towards the door again. He leaned upon him, and sighed loudly and deeply. At length he said, "I am a fool. I came hither knowing all I know now, and ought to have been better prepared for it. But I am better. Let me then execute my last resolution, and bid her one long, one eternal adieu." There was a little vacant parlour near the door. There Willoughby sat down. The servants, who were assembled, brought candles. Celestina stood silently by the table on which they were placed, and Willoughby bid Farnham leave the room. A short silence ensued. Willoughby seemed to be ashamed of his weakness, and trying to collect fortitude to bear like a man the cruellest moment he had ever passed. He arose and approached Celestina, saying in a low, grave, and tremulous tone, "I have no right, madam, to distress you. I have no just cause of complaint against you. I am very miserable. I deserve your pity, your prayers. I have been deceived. You, I hope, will never have so much cause to regret it, as I must have. You, I hope, are happy, will be happy." He could say no more, but put his hand on his heart and looked at Celestina with eyes so expressive of despair and grief, that all the exquisite tenderness she had ever felt for him returned at once. She forgot that he was, as she believed, the husband of Miss Fitzhaven, but he was in a moment the beloved Willoughby, the first and only possessor of her heart. She threw her arms around him, and sobbing on his bosom, became almost senseless from the violence and variety of emotions that overwhelmed her. He shrunk, however, from her. "Who is it," said he, "gracious heaven, that I thus hold in my arms? Not my Celestina, my own Celestina, but the wife of another. Go, madam, I entreat you leave me. Go, or frenzy may overtake me, and I may attempt impossibilities to tear you from your husband." "Husband!" cried Celestina. "I have no husband. Are you not married, then?" "Not married to Montague Thorogood?" "No, indeed, indeed I am not. Not married, nor intending to be married. Neither, indeed." "And you are at liberty then to be mine." "I am, if you know that we ought not to be divided." Those only who have loved like Willoughby, and who by a sudden transition are raised from the abyss of despair to the height of felicity, can imagine what he felt at that moment. If the fear of Celestina being married had for a moment bereft him of reason, the certainty of her being not only free, but as passionately attached to him as ever, had for a little time an equally violent effect. Amidst her own transports, the extravagance of his terrified her. There was a wildness in his joy which made her tremble for his intellects. But, after a moment, her soft and melting voice, the tender assurance she gave him that she loved only for him, and that her heart had never been estranged from him, soothed and subdued the tumult of his beating heart. As his arms fondly encompassed her, as he rested his head on her bosom, he shed tears of tender gratitude. His spirits became calmer, and the native serene dignity of his mind returned. He was not, however, quite tranquil enough to relate that night to Celestina the extraordinary series of events, which had led to the enchanting certainty he now possessed, that she was not his sister, but the daughter of Lady Horatia's brother, that regretted brother, to whose picture she had so great a resemblance. The information, however, such as in his present agitated state he was able to give, convinced her, not only that the fatal supposition of her being too nearly related to Willoughby was for ever removed, but that she was born of parents to whom it was honourable to belong, and that she was nearly allied by blood to her kind protectress. She desired Lady Horatia might be acquainted with this. "Not to night," said Willoughby. "I would to night see nobody but you, my Celestina, hear no voice but yours. To morrow I will explain it all. But now I feel my unexpected felicity too forcibly to be able to talk about it." He could not, however, determine to quit Celestina, nor were either of them conscious of the course of time, till Lady Horatia sent to let Celestina know supper was ready, and to beg the honour of Mr. Willoughby's company. It was then that Celestina prevailed upon him to go from her, promising to be ready to walk with him by the dawn of the next morning. "And you must go with me," said he, "immediately to Elvaston, for I will not live another week without you." He then recollected that Elvaston might be sold, for he had never heard from Cathcart since he had given directions to have it disposed of. He paused a moment, and felt some uneasiness in the reflection, but the happiness he possessed was too great to allow him to feel any concern long. He smiled, and added, "If indeed Elvaston is still mine, and if it is not, my Celestina will create for me a paradise wherever she is." "And wherever you are," replied she, whilst tears of tenderness filled her eyes, "Celestina will find a paradise." He then once more bade her good night, again returned, and again bade her adieu. "You are going now to rejoin the company," said he, "and there is Montague Thorogood, of whom I know is a weakness. I do not love to think." "It is indeed, Willoughby, a weakness unworthy of your generous heart, and I hope what I can never have deserved that you should indulge." "Well, well, my angel, I will not indulge it; but must you sup with them? They will fatigue you with questions. They will distress you by inquiries. No, I had determined to send an excuse, for indeed my heart, yet wondering at its unexpected felicity, beats fearfully, and my trembling nerves have unfitted me for conversation. At length Willoughby withdrew, and Celestina, with a pencil, told Lady Horatia, who waited the event of this extraordinary interview in the most uneasy suspense, that some extraordinary conversation with Mr. Willoughby had agitated her so much that she could not return to the company, but must retire to bed. Montague Thorogood, who was the most interested of the party, had suffered all the tortures of anxious jealousy while Celestina was absent. Every noise he heard in the passage, every time the door opened, he hoped she was coming. She came not. He went out, not to listen, but in hopes of meeting her. He heard a low murmur of voices. The tones were those of tenderness. Willoughby then was come to claim her. He was forgiven, and he himself had lost all hope. He returned to the parlour, pale and dejected. His lips trembled, his eyes were still eagerly turned to the door. He heard nothing that was said to him, but unable to remain in his seat, again rose, went out, and returned. At length he heard the door of the parlour open, where Willoughby and Celestina were. He listened attentively. He heard her say, "Good night, dear Willoughby." Willoughby seemed, as he answered, to kiss her hand. Poor Thorogood could not bear it, but became more restless, again went to the door, came back, opened it to see if Celestina was coming, then helped the servant to put the chairs round the supper table, without knowing what he was doing, and sat down himself in one next to that which he had placed for her. The supper was announced, but no Celestina appeared. At length the servant brought in the note she had written. Lady Horatia read it, while poor Montague anxiously followed her eyes. She gave it to him across the table. He ran over it, and his solicitude becoming insupportable, he complained of being ill with the headache, and desired permission to go to his lodgings. The eyes of his father were turned mournfully towards him, as he went out of the room. Mr. Thorogood, however, did not speak, but he sighed, and Lady Horatia understood him. As for his wife, though she had been extremely averse to the thoughts of her son's marrying Celestina, while Celestina seemed to be no more than a rejected dependant on the Willoughby family, yet now, since Lady Horatia Howard had adopted her, she appeared to be altogether as fond of the connection. So easily are minds like hers changed by adventitious circumstances, and influenced by sounds. The notice Lady Horatia took of her and her daughter Betson delighted and elated her, rendering her so distinctly civil that only the regard Lady Horatia felt for Mr. Thorogood and Montague would have induced her to support the awkward and offensive adulation of Mrs. Thorogood. The lady of the house was so anxious about Celestina that only her general politeness, or what is usually termed l'usage du monde, enabled her to acquit herself in the usual forms towards her guests. The supper was short and dull, the conversation being divided between Captain Benenson, who related a long story of a duel between Jack Marsham of his regiment and one of Mr. Eversley, an ensign in the 17th, the merits of which nobody understood, and for the event of which nobody cared, and Mrs. Thorogood, who described a dinner and a ball given at Exeter the week before, by a banker of that place, on occasion of his daughter's marriage. With the termination of these dissertations, the supper ended, and Mr. Thorold, who had long been uneasy and impatient, withdrew with his family. Lady Horatia then hastened to the chamber of Celestina. She was just in bed, but knowing who it was, tapped at the door, begged her to come in. "Well, my dear child," said Lady Horatia, "and what is all this? I am impatient to know." "And I, madam, impatient to relate, though this evening I am quite unable to undertake it all the extraordinary circumstances recounted to me by Willoughby." "You are then related to him?" "No, thank heaven, I am not. I thank heaven, too, that I am related to you." "To me?" Celestina then gave a brief account of her birth, and the way by which Willoughby had learnt those particulars he had recounted. Lady Horatia embraced her with tears of rapture. Every circumstance she recollected of her brother's visits to France confirmed the truth of Willoughby's story, and she very perfectly recollected the desponding state of mind in which he went to America, after his last return from thence. His imprisonment for a few weeks in the Bastile, which was imputed to some indiscretion, and that he himself never otherwise explained, exactly corresponded with what the Count de Bellegarde had related; but while every concurrent testimony evinced the truth of that narrative, Lady Horatia could not account for her brother's never having mentioned his marriage, or his daughter. "Perhaps, however," said she, "he might have reasons for this which I cannot penetrate. My father was harsh, obstinate, and avaricious, and always expected Ormond would marry as his elder brother did, to aggrandize his family. This he used frequently to be teased to do, but always refused, and for some years his disposition retained nothing of his former vivacity, but an ardour for war, in which he seemed, I often told him, desirous rather of death than of promotion; and he answered me more than once, that I guessed right, for that he was weary of life. I own, I not unfrequently suspected that some unfortunate attachment had so shaded his natural grey and vigorous mind with gloomy depression. I have told him so, and he has replied, that whatever might have been the case, he had no attachment then. At length, as Celestina extremely needed repose, Lady Horatia left her, reflecting with infinite delight on the kindness she had shewn her, as an orphan and a stranger, while she had, in fact, been protecting the daughter of her beloved brother. With pleasure, too, she now thought of Willoughby, since Celestina's happiness was to be restored by her union with him; but poor Montague Thorogood, dejected, and in despair, relinquishing all those charming hopes, which, with more pity than prudence, she had herself encouraged him to cherish, presented himself to her imagination, and greatly abated the satisfaction with which she thought of the approaching felicity of Willoughby and her niece. She determined, however, to mitigate, as much as she could, the force of this cruel blow, and early the next morning, while Celestina was walking with the happy and enraptured Willoughby, she sent for the elder Mr. Thorogood, and related to him all she had learned from Celestina the evening before. "I now blame myself, my good friend," said she, "for the part I have taken; but who could foresee this? Yes, I own I fear the consequences, and heartily wish I had never given so many opportunities to your son, of contemplating those perfections of mind and person, which he will never, I fear, be able to forget." Mr. Thorogood knew too well that this observation was just, and dreaded lest the loss even of reason itself should be the consequence of Celestina's marriage. He returned home, however, immediately to relate to Montague the probability there was that this event would immediately happen. But however tenderly he communicated such fatal intelligence, he found his son more affected by it, than even his paternal fears had represented. A silent and heavy despondence took possession of him. He never complained of nor reproached any one, but persisted in saying that he would fee Celestina, take a last leave of her, and then try to reconcile himself to his fate. But in his manner of saying this there was something more distressing to his father than he would have felt from the wildest ravings of despair. He entreated him to relinquish his project of seeing Celestina. "Why should you see her, Montague?" said he. "To what purpose? You own, that while Willoughby was in question, you entertained no hope; that Celestina has never afforded you any since; but that in spite of her assurances that you could never feel a second attachment, that you have persevered and taken that hope which she refused to give. You have no one, therefore, to blame; and if you had sought pain, you must learn to bear it. But after all that has passed, I cannot consent to your inflicting it on Celestina, or hazarding the possibility of giving uneasiness to her husband." "Husband!" cried Montague Thoroughgood. "He is not her husband yet; but if he were, can my humble adoration offend him, when I mean to bid her an everlasting adieu? She will console my sick heart by tender pity; she will bid me be at peace, and I may try then to obey her. The sound of her voice is to me so soothing, that if she does not refuse it, I must hear it once more speak to me in accents of kindness." Mr. Thoroughgood, finding everything he could say to dissuade Montague from indulging this unhappy inclination quite ineffectual, became extremely uneasy, and dreaded lest some alarming consequence should arise from an interview which he thought Willoughby could not approve, even if it were reasonable or proper in his son to ask it. But Willoughby, now perfectly secure of the affections of Celestina, was too generous, and too noble minded, not to feel pity for his unfortunate rival. His own happiness, great as it was, would have been more complete, if he could have believed Montague Thoroughgood less unhappy. "Would to heaven," said he, as he spoke of him to Celestina, "would to heaven that he could see Anzaletta, and transfer to her that affection, which, while it is fixed on you, can serve only to render him miserable." Celestina joined most cordially in this wish. "He deserves to be happy, I believe," said she; "and the desire you express to see him so is worthy of the heart of my Willoughby." But however liberal and reasonable Willoughby was in regard to a competitor from whom, though he had suffered much, he had now nothing to fear, he was not so patient under any circumstance that was likely to impede his union with Celestina. All that she or Lady Horatia could urge him on the propriety and necessity of a short delay for preparations and forms, he treated as ridiculous, and so vehemently insisted on the necessity of fulfilling the promise he had made to the Count de Bellegarde, at parting with him, to return to him immediately with Celestina as his wife, that her opposition was to little purpose. So totally engrossed, however, had Willoughby been by his fears lest Celestina might be lost to him, that he did not even know whether he had a house to take her to; but, as with him, all places were alike to her, he sent an express that morning to Cathcart, informing him that he should be at Exeter the next day with Celestina, desiring him to meet him there with Jessie, and to go with them to Elvaston, if Elvaston was yet in his possession. He dispatched another messenger to London for a special license to be married at Elvaston, or Exeter, and obviating every remaining scruple, he prevailed on Celestina to set out with him that evening for the latter place, with the consent of Lady Horatia, who promised to follow them in a few days. The distance was so short that though it was late in the day after Willoughby's arrival at Exmouth before this was determined upon, they were at Exeter by 7 in the evening, and in an hour afterwards Cathcart and Jessie arrived also. Cathcart not only informed Willoughby that his estate was still his, but put into hands those letters that brought the intelligence of that acquisition of fortune which came by the death of Lord Castlenorth. The satisfaction of this intelligence, the pleasure of meeting Cathcart and Jessie, who were overwhelmed with joy to see them, the certainty of returning together to a place they both so fondly loved, seemed to complete the happiness of the long divided lovers. Early the next morning they reached Elphinstone, where, in the absence of Mr. Thorogood, his curate joined the hands of Willoughby and Celestina, above 18 months after that period when they believed themselves separated for ever. In 3 days Lady Horatia arrived at Elphinstone, and the additional pleasure her company gave them was checked only by the account she gave of the situation of Montague Thorogood, who not having been allowed to see Celestina, the time of whose departure from Exmouth had been industriously concealed from him, had sunk into such a state of despondence as made his father tremble for his reason, if not for his life. For Vassiver, too, whom Willoughby had always loved, he could not help feeling concern. He knew not whither to direct him, but from all the accounts he was able to gain, he feared that all the good qualities of his heart and understanding were obscured, if not destroyed, by the dissolute style of life into which he had plunged with such avidity since their last parting. He endeavoured, however, to counteract the impressions of these only alloys to supreme happiness, by reflecting on the probable felicity of other friends, and particularly of the Count of Bellegarde, from whom, 10 days after his marriage, he received a letter, informing him that he was then going to Perpignan, empowered to release his wife from her convent, and that they should go, together with their Anzaletta, immediately to Rochemart, where he besought Willoughby to rejoin him, with Celestina, promising that if he would do so, they would return with him, and pass the winter all together in England. Though it was now late in the year, and though Celestina would have preferred remaining at Elphinstone, where she had fixed all her ideas of happiness, yet the wishes of her uncle and the melancholy satisfaction of visiting the place where her mother had lived, and where she died a victim to parental harshness and maternal grief, together with the inclination Willoughby shrewd to satisfy the count, and introduce his wife to him and Anzaletta, determined her to make no objection to their immediate departure. There was, indeed, no time to lose, as the winter was so near. Lady Horatia, too, who waited impatiently an interview with Monsieur de Bellegarde, though she had no health to undertake such a journey, hastened them as much as possible, and in something less than a month after Willoughby called Celestina his, he presented her at Rochemart to her uncle de Bellegarde, to Jacquelina and Anzaletta. To the two former she appeared the precious representative of their two beloved and regretted friends, the tender recollection of whom, added to her own merit, made her to them an object almost of adoration, while Anzaletta loved her as a sister, to whom she became more tenderly attached, from taste and affection, than even that near tie of blood alone could have attached her. With what melancholy pleasure did the count tie round the neck of Celestina that picture of her mother, which her father, as he was dying, had taken from his own bosom, with an injunction never to part with it but to his daughter. And how many tears did Celestina shed, as leaning on the arm of Willoughby, he pointed out to her the spot, where the Count had shewn him, as the grave of Genevieve. Willoughby kissed those tears away, as they filled her eyes, and bade her turn from the too frequent recollections of the past, to those scenes of future happiness, which love, friendship, and fortune seemed to be preparing for them. In the romantic and magnificent scenes round the castle, the poetical taste of Celestina was highly gratified. Willoughby took her the spot where he had been lost in the fortunate night that everything led him to the residence of Count of Bellegarde. They visited together the humble cottage of Leloirier, whose family they loaded with kindness, and traced with her the scenes which were so many years before witnesses to the clandestine marriages of Genevieve and Jacquelina. Winter, however, put an end to those excursions in the mountains, and the Count de Bellegarde, having completed the settlement of his affairs, agreed, at the earnest request of Willoughby and Celestina, to go with his wife and daughter to England. On their journey thither they met at Paris Captain and Mrs. Kavanagh. They found the former become a man of the utmost importance, and arrogantly enjoying the splendour of his new situation, in a country where he had appeared in one so very different. Mrs. Kavanagh seemed to affect being happy, and to disdain all she had relinquished to obtain that happiness her own way. But, for some strange caprice, she now appeared so fond of Willoughby that had Celestina been liable to jealousy, or had Kavanagh really cared for his wife, they might both, in her manner, have found sufficient cause of discontent. Mrs. Kavanagh related to Willoughby all the artifices her mother had used to break off his marriage with Celestina, and when he expressed his wonder that Lady Castlenorth should go such lengths in an affair in which her interest did not appear to be immediately or particularly concerned, she answered, in her usual sneering way, "If you could know my mother so well as I do, but it is impossible by words to do her justice, you would no longer wonder. Her scheme lay much deeper than you were aware of." Lady Castlenorth tried to console herself for the defection of Captain Kavanagh, had taken, as her travelling companions, a young Abbé, who, discontented with the prevailing politics of his country, found her at once an admirer of his person and character, and a strenuous supporter of his aristocratic principles; and, what was yet better than either, he found himself sharing a fortune beyond what he had ever dreamed of possessing. This well assorted pair were at Brussels, and Mrs. Kavanagh diverted herself with some sarcastic remarks on the director chosen by her mother, of whom she always spoke with a degree of rancour which made Celestina tremble, while Willoughby shuddered to recollect how near he once was becoming the husband of one who could thus express herself towards her mother. Captain and Mrs. Kavanagh were going to Italy. The happy party, who took leave of them, hastened to England, where, on their arrival in London, Lady Horatia joined them, and they were soon fixed at Elvaston, in such perfect felicity as is seldom enjoyed, and still more rarely deserved. The first inquiry of Celestina was for Mr. Thorogood and his family. She learned that Captain Thorogood was the great friend and favourite of Lady Molyneux, with whom he was gone to Ireland to the displeasure of his father, who had however no influence over him, and whose disappointment in his eldest son was embittered by the condition into which a hopeless and incurable passion had thrown the youngest. Celestina, who could not reflect, without great pain, of the unhappiness with which the days of her excellent friend were thus overclouded, took an early opportunity after her being settled at Elvaston to desire an interview with the elder Mr. Thorold. He came, and she saw with redoubled concern the ravage which anxiety had made on his manly face and figure. Even in a few short months, he related to her, hardly refraining from tears, the sad change that had happened in the temper and talents of his son. "I have sometimes thought," said he, "that you, my dear madam, and you only, can rouse him from these alienations of mind. I was averse to his seeing you before you went abroad, but now I wish it. Your reason may reconcile him to his fate. You pity, soothe him, or be the event of your meeting what it may, no change can, I think, be for the worse." Celestina promised to see him, and his father contrived, with her, the means of procuring this interview; for Montague now shunned everybody, and very frequently would not appear, even to his own family. Celestina did not, however, mean to meet him alone, but to shew him, in Anzaletta, beauty, understanding, and sweetness, with a heart untouched by any former passion, and worthy of his. Her generous intentions succeeded. Montague Thorold, struck with the resemblance between them, and particularly with the voice of Anzaletta, was soon as passionately attached to her as a man could be, who had once loved Celestina herself. The Count of Bellegarde, who intended to bestow her, with her ample fortune, on an Englishman, and Protestant, hesitating not a moment in consenting to a union which would, he found, make his daughter happy, and 8 months after the marriage of Willoughby and Celestina, Anzaletta gave her hand in the chapel of Elvaston to Montague Thorold. Willoughby had now but one wish unfulfilled. For every pecuniary difficulty, the munificence of the Count de Bellegarde, and the legacy of Lord Castlenorth had removed, and this one wish was, to see Vasseur such as a reasonable being, with every reasonable means of happiness in his power, ought to be. But in this, as he had no second Anzaletta to give him, and should have feared his want of steadiness if he had, he almost despaired of being gratified. Vasseur, however, sometimes visited at Elphinstone, and unlike Montague Thorold, he seemed to have conquered his extravagant passion for Celestina, since it was become hopeless. He had, unlucky for him, taken up no permanent affection in its place, but lost his health and his fortune in pursuits which could not afford him even a temporary possession of that happiness for which he still declared himself to be in search. When Celestina reflected on his kindness to Mrs. Elphinstone and her children, who now lived in comfort on the provision he had made for them, and on many other generous and noble actions, she could not but lament, with Willoughby, that infelicity of which he continually complained, even amid his wildest and most determined perseverance in the career of dissolute pleasure. But for this source of regret, as there seemed to be no remedy within her power, she did not suffer it to embitter the satisfaction she derived from almost every other friend. Lady Horatia no longer complained of that tedium which, at the beginning of their acquaintance, seemed to have rendered life indifferent to her. She had now, in Willoughby and his lovely wife, objects of her affection, and hoped to grow old amidst their children. Monsieur and Madame de Bellegarde were more acutely sensible of their present happiness, from the poignancy of their past affections, and their daughter, the object of their tender solicitude, made the felicity of a worthy man, who deserved the affection she felt for him. In Cathcart and Jessie, Celestina beheld the earliest objects of their beneficence, enjoying all that affluence and mutual tenderness could bestow, and the widowed heart of Mrs. Elphinstone was at ease, not only by her own present independence, but from the assurances Willoughby had given her, of providing for her boys, as soon as they were of age when they could be put to professions. The elder Mr. Thorold, too, her venerable and respectable friend, was restored to happiness, in contemplating that of his son; and above all, Celestina beheld in Willoughby the best and most affectionate of husbands, whose whole life was dedicated to the purpose of making her happy, and whose only apprehension seemed to be, that with all he could do, he must fall indefinitely short of that degree of merit towards either heaven or earth, which that fortunate being ought to possess, who was blessed with so lovely and perfect a creature as Celestina. End of Volume 4, Chapter 13. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. End of Celestina by Charlotte Turner Smith.